You are watching Blimey, this extra's survival guide for uni. Our main man said to himself, back then, I couldn't have even imagined a future like this. As if it weren't bad enough that I had to go back to school at this age. As Taylor from above slashes the giant boss with a beam of light. As the giant boss looks above and sees Taylor. As it roars at Taylor, our main man said to himself, I ended up fighting monsters, as Taylor slashes the monster multiple times. And he chops its head off, and he lands on the ground, as the monster goes, Drea, and he looks behind, as he sees his schoolmates. As he smirks, as he stands and breathes the morning air, the sun rising from behind them after the battle. And he said to himself, and who'd have thought I'd become mates with these little uns? In another scene, as the rain chucks it down, the window's on fire, as the curtains burn, Taylor says, You, why are you going through all this trouble to stop us? Ed says, I've already told you. You can't go past this point, as Taylor whips out his sword. Ed ROTHTAYLOR said to himself, This bloke is the main geezer of this story, Taylor MacLaw. And I'm as Taylor charges at Ed ROTHTAYLOR and shouts, Ed ROTHTAYLOR! As Ed ROTHTAYLOR stands his ground while Taylor keeps charging, Ed ROTHTAYLOR uses his skill, ignition, as Ed ROTHTAYLOR is just a third-rate villain of this story. Taylor swings his sword to deflect the magic of Ed ROTHTAYLOR. Suddenly he's gobsmacked, as Ed ROTHTAYLOR takes out his bow, and he pulls an arrow. As he says to himself, originally, I was supposed to be a worthless nobody, who didn't even appear much in the story. Taylor charges at him, as Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, but as he changes his aim, and he aims at the girls, and he aims at Isla. Ed ROTHTAYLOR said to himself, third-rate characters have their own unique third-rate ways, as he shoots the arrow and it flies towards Isla, hitting her in the chest. Suddenly Taylor stabs Ed ROTHTAYLOR in the chest. Ed ROTHTAYLOR said to himself, I don't need anyone's understanding, in a way impossible for the main geezer, in the way of the third-rate villain. As Ed ROTHTAYLOR smiles at Taylor, as a vision of a giant spirit getting out of the portal, as Janica kneels on the ground. In another scene, Lortel walks like she owns the place as the building behind her explodes, and her maid follows her. As Lucy looks into the distance, and the destruction of Sylvania Academy as a giant dragon showers the whole place with dark shards. Ed ROTHTAYLOR said to himself, for the sake of reaching the end of this story, I must survive. As Ed ROTHTAYLOR keeps smiling and lightning suddenly strikes. In another scene, Ed ROTHTAYLOR said to himself, the ruffian son of a high-ranking noble family. Ruling over the school like a king. In short, as Ed ROTHTAYLOR reads the letter saying, the sin of using imprudent profanity in the presence of the Honourable Princess Fenia, the sin of wrongfully meddling in the Holy Sylvania Academy's entrance examination, the sin of disregarding decency, and the sin of smearing the family name, blinded by jealousy, are all sins that cannot be taken lightly. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, Are they kicking me out of the family? It feels like the god of fate is taking the mickey out of me. Ed ROTHTAYLOR. His life as a maid chucks Ed ROTHTAYLOR's luggage out and says, These are all your things. Cheers for all your hard work. Ed ROTHTAYLOR said to himself, was over. A lad says, Look, isn't that Ed ROTHTAYLOR? His mate says, Shh, don't look, he'll notice. Another lad says, What's the point of walking on eggshells around him now? Apparently he got disowned, so he's even cleared out his dorm room. His mate says, Then we won't see him next term, eh? He shouldn't have rigged the entrance exam in the first place. Filthy noble. I knew this would happen, Ed ROTHTAYLOR said to himself. Honestly, this ain't fair, because the arrogant Ed ROTHTAYLOR you lot are on about isn't me, as Ed ROTHTAYLOR cries and sweats. I got chucked into a game, based in the magic school, Sylvania Academy. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Best game of the year. Ed ROTHTAYLOR said to himself, My favourite game, the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Usually when you get chucked into a game inside webtoons, you end up as either the first son of a rich family, a genius ruffian young clanmaster, or an SS rank hunter character who breaks the rules. Of all the possibilities, I'm a third-rate villain who gets kicked out of the dorms at the start of the game. Ed ROTHTAYLOR, a disowned Ed ROTHTAYLOR. I've possessed the worst character at the worst possible time. As ED ROTHTAYLOR shouts in disbelief, "This ain't fair. You can't be serious. I've always lived a frugal and simple life without any greed." A lad says, "Look at him. He's saying it's unfair after everything he's done." His mate says, "He's saying he's frugal and simple. That scumbag." The lad says, "Shameless," as the students walk past ED ROTHTAYLOR. ED ROTHTAYLOR says in relief, "Phew," and he looks at the system. ED ROTHTAYLOR. Stamina, 3. Intellect, 4. Talent, 7. Willpower, 7. Luck, 6. Gender, male. Age, 17. Year, 2. Race, human. Achievements, none. ED ROTHTAYLOR looks in the mirror and says, "Whoa, it's a stat window." But the reason ED ROTHTAYLOR is the worst starts now. Are these stats for real? Even the farmer NPC has a stamina of 5. Stamina, 3 intellect, 4 talent, 7 willpower. He's in the faculty of magic, yet his intellect is on the floor, and that stamina is just way too low, even for a noble. No wonder he was originally just a third-rate trampy villain who appears in the early scenarios. Even in my memory, he's basically a blur. I can't even recall what happened to him later on in the story. I remember now, in a corner of the ending credits, cast, Luka Modric, Yeri Fernando Mina, Eriksson, Odson Edouard, Roberto Carlos, Arturo Vidal, Olivier Giroud, Nesta Alessandro, Edison, Messi Lionel, artwork, Gerd Muller, Ronaldinho Eduardo da Silva, Eden Hazard Neymar Kylian Mbappe, Yaya Toure, Lee Kangin, Yaya Toure, Nacho Fernandez. Adaptation, Aubameyang. He was begging, looking like a right dosser. No surprise there. The ruffian who knew nothing about the world was suddenly chucked onto the streets. Beggar ending. So he's lucky he's even alive. Phew, why was it me? How did I end up in this body? I don't know the reason for this, nor do I have any way to find out. As he takes his suitcase and stands up saying, "But I won't let that be my ending. I'm going to make it no matter what," ED ROTHTAYLOR said to himself, rather than a school. The academy is closer to being a city, with the entire Arkan Mountains as its grounds. This place is in the northeast of the academy. Hua, the undeveloped forest. I was trying to escape the prying eyes of the students and ended up walking for half a day. That's plenty of time to get me head around the situation I'm in. At the point when Ed was just disowned, it was the extreme starting part of the scenario. Fortunately, even though he was disowned by his family, he hadn't been expelled from the school yet. This is dead important. Because in the setting, Selevel Anir Academy is a top-notch academy. As long as you graduate from it, you're guaranteed a secure future. And as long as the game is set in the academy, I can use the intel of a 5-time dedicated player of the game to its fullest. That means if I just graduate quietly, I can live a way more comfortable and awesome life than the one I left behind in the past world. So obviously my goal is graduation. The issue is the enormous tuition fees. This term must already be paid for, so if I can just get a scholarship for the next term. With his stats, can I get the scholarship? I reckon I'd be lucky to not flunk. I can think about the tuition later, but first, I got to think about the urgent matter. Things I need to survive right now: scoff, clobber, shelter. Or as they say, food, clothing and shelter, for around the next week. How can I avoid turning into a dosser? Showy clothing, no stats. Ceremonial dagger, no stats. Ornamental cup, no stats. I have enough clobber. As for scoff and shelter, the problem is I don't have a place to stay or scoff to eat tonight. Given this bloke's rep, it'll be hard to get a job. I can't go to the dorm I was kicked out of either, so I guess I'm stuck here in the woods for the time being. I'm glad there's at least a stream nearby. 10 days until school starts. Until then, let's make myself suitable for attending school. Windblade, Windblade, Windblade. Thankfully he can use spells. It is fascinating though. Am I seriously exhausted to death after cutting just 15 tree trunks? Bloody hell, this only made me hungrier. It's not that useful. At least feed me before you kick me out. Do you get hungry when you use magic? I'm starving. proper starving. I remembered something my granddad told me when I was young. When Barley Hump hit when he was a lad, he said he'd eat tree bark in the back mountains. Ignition! Ignition! Anything edible is good for me. Oh, if you don't look closely, it looks like chicken breast. Blech. Blurg. Blech. Blur. Day 3. I hate you, Grandad. After starving for a day and chucking up for 2, I came to the conclusion that wood should be used for building houses. First, you need to raise the frame that supports the wood. I only have 2 hands, but there are 4 supports. This really isn't an easy job. Uak. The shelter's frame is finally complete. Still a long way to go. I can't sleep on the bare ground after all. It's kind of a waste. But it's not like I've got a choice. As the moon shines in the night, after a few hours the sun rises. Ed ROTHTAYLOR looks at his makeshift hut made of twigs, sticks and branches as he says, "Ha! This is fierce, I tell you, fierce. I barely managed to finish it." And he looks above and says, "Ho?" As he sweats, a system notification says, "Your creation is complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased." A system notification says, "New completed project, basic wood shelter, a shelter where you can rest for a while. It is crude and shabby. Without constant maintenance, it will outlive its usefulness in no time. Crafting difficulty, half a star." A system notification says, "Rank life skills details rank, novice craftsman specialty, none handiness, level 4 design, level 1 gathering ability, level 1. Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats and his tummy growls as he says, "So the crafting system's popping up as is too, huh?" And he says to himself, Ed lived his life as a noble, so he may not have known. Oh, even so, handiness is level 4. He's more talented with his hands than with magic, and right now I need that handiness. As his stomach growls louder, a system notification says, "Your creation is complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased." A system notification says, "New completed project, simple harpoon, a ceremonial dagger strapped to a well-sharpened tree trunk. It can be used for fishing or hunting, but it lacks sharpness. Crafting difficulty, half a star." Ed ROTHTAYLOR shouts, "Let's get something proper to eat," as he raises the spear, and time passes as he says to himself, 2 days on an empty stomach. Excessive physical labor? I definitely shouldn't be able to move right now. Yet it must be desperation that is keeping me going. As he continues to stab the water, and he says to himself, "I want to eat meat." He was able to kill 2 fish. As he drools and uses his skill, "Ignition! Ignition!" And he says to himself, "A week until school starts. I just have to hold out, as I am right now. If I simply manage to hold out until then, I'll be able to get through school without much trouble." Suddenly Princess Sylvania arrives and says, "You?" as her hair sparkles in beauty. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "I was so busy surviving that I forgot something important." Princess Sylvania says, "Ed ROTHTAYLOR?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "The main characters." But of all the people, I didn't expect to run into her over here. As Princess Sylvania says, You don't have the slightest sign of remorse. Please disappear from this academy." She is Princess Sylvania, and she continues, "You still haven't left this place?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "The person who kicked Ed ROTHTAYLOR out of the dorms." A system notification says, Episode 1, Syllevel Arnia's Failed Swordsman. Stop bothering Ilia. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Ed ROTHTAYLOR is a villain that appears as soon as you start the game. Using his status as a noble, he hits on the MC's childhood mate, only to end up being punished. Not stopping there, with a vengeful heart, Ed maliciously adjusts the MC's entrance exam for Syllevel Arnia Academy, but is then caught by a girl who came to take the entrance exam while hiding her identity. Fenia Elias Clowell, the Clowell Empire's 3rd princess, the Princess of Fenia. Activating insight, detecting the target's lies and conspiracies. Ed ROTHTAYLOR, who was caught in a sad state, gritting his teeth making excuses, had all of his lies exposed by Fenia's insight, and then chased out of the dorms. Everyone at the academy may hate Ed ROTHTAYLOR. In the present, Princess Sylvania says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR. What are you doing here? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, but he met someone that you shouldn't meet the most. Princess Sylvania says, You're saying that the academy isn't expelling you? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, It's just, I still am a student here. But I was still chased out of the dorms. Princess Sylvania says, I'll keep my words short. Leave. I can't stand to see a shameless person like you around this school. I will talk to the academic department and personally request your expulsion. For the crime of committing a dishonorable act as a student of the academy. For the crime of setting up a fellow student in an attempt to block their path to a better future. Ed ROTHTAYLOR looks at his fish and says to himself, Burning. It's burning. After starving for 3 days, my precious scoff. While the burning scoff is an issue, I thought you were going to keep it short. This is a life crisis in many ways. This person, Phoenicia's princess, really has the power to get me expelled, since that's the case. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, The sun will set soon. Aren't the royalty always guarded by heavily armed soldiers? To think that a noble princess would come to an isolated forest like this alone. Princess Sylvania says, If you're trying to threaten me knowing that I don't have escorts, then you will regret it. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, What do you mean threaten? I'm simply... As he kneels down and says, trying to thank the princess. A system notification says, Insight has been activated. Princess Sylvania, confused, says, Thank. A system notification says, Truth. There are no lies within Ed ROTHTAYLOR's words. Princess Sylvania says in shock and confusion. What? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself. She looks surprised. The ROTHTAYLOR family that Ed belongs to is famous and influential, but using that name to exploit the citizens and doing human experiments for research into eternal life. To the MC, it's a trash family that is destined to be destroyed. The people of the family will all be banged up or executed. However, I was disowned. A system notification says, A new creation, burnt fish cannot be consumed. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, I may be cold and hungry right now, but it's still better than dying. In the long run, it's rather good. So I need to convince Sylvania like this without lying, or else I'll be expelled. Game over. No, it would be game over. Looking at the timeline, around when Ed ROTHTAYLOR is expelled, right now should be about a week before the school start. Then what would be the reason for the princess to be here? Ed ROTHTAYLOR stood up and says, Having come here without any escort and in simple clobber means you must be completing the class placement test. A system notification says, Quest Professor Glast's class placement test. It's a test to find magic beads hidden in the forest. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, Professor Glast's test is known to be quite vicious. Of course, if it's the noble Princess Sylvania, you'll be aiming for the best class, which would be Class A. Princess Sylvania says, Are you trying to flatter me? You haven't changed a bit. As expected, I should request the Academy to expel you, right? But without my help, you will never be able to enter Class A. If my words are a lie, then you can have me expelled. If you go to the lake at the southeast of the forest, there will be a small grassy island. There will be a giant tree in the middle of that island. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself that tree is called the Marilda's Guardian Tree. There, you will find the present I had left. The Ed ROTHTAYLOR from 3 days ago was definitely a liar and a charlatan. I still vividly remember that sad state. However, the Ed ROTHTAYLOR just now, as Princess Sylvania was silently looking at the magic bead. In a different scene, Professor Glast says, The class placement test has officially ended. Take out the beads you have acquired. He was Glast Magic Professor. As the students bring an egg of a dinosaur, the Dragon Balls, Eye of Sauron, and an even sphere, Professor Glast says to the students, All of you will start from Class F. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, It is important to take note of the examiner's intent in a test. This test isn't just about finding any magic bead. Professor Glast says, Those who found beads that were lacking in magic power are the only ones to make Class A. Only 3 of you found this type of bead: Zix, Loretel, and lastly the one who found a bead at the Guardian Tree of Marilda that had unusually high magic power. You there, who found the hidden bead, you shall be at the top of the class. At the forest, ED ROTHTAYLOR says, "It's all burned. I don't even have the strength to use a spear anymore." A system notification says, "A new creation, crude fishing rod, made by cutting off twigs from the tree trunk with a dagger, silk thread taken from the fabric, and replacing the needle with a small nail. The durability is low and hard to tell if a fish has bitten. Crafting difficulty 1 star." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "The 3rd princess of the empire, Phoenicia Elias Cloel. Since she was young, Princess Phenia has seen through flattery and sophistry, thus sharpening her insight, which led to the creation of her innate skill. No one can ever escape from her insight. As such, there was no choice but to give her authentic information, but that also leads to a greater problem. The reason why the proud Princess Phenia will come to be called the Princess of Love, after facing failure during the class placement test, falling to Class F, would then begin to change. However, if Phenia, who has great influence over the early scenario, finds the golden bead and enters Class A, the scenario of the original story would collapse. Even if I manage to avoid being expelled, all the information I have would then become useless. I'll be done for. Of course, top of the class Lucy Merrill, the future might still not change. Insight will always see the truth." Princess Phenia says, "There really is a bead. ED ROTHTAYLOR didn't lie. Though, this isn't a present," as her hand trembles. ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Why did Princess Phenia hide her identity in the first place? She was embarrassed of the special treatment she would be receiving had her identity been exposed. She wanted to prove herself. She knew just by seeing the bead that it would offer the best results in the test. But Phenia couldn't take that bead, as finding it would be something that she didn't accomplish on her own. The title Princess of Love she would receive in the future is not a skill or stat, but a title she would gain by walking the righteous path. I threw bait at the princess." As ED ROTHTAYLOR says, "You will never be able to enter Class A. If my words are a lie, then you can have me expelled." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, whether it was the truth or a lie likely didn't matter. The princess can always discern which it is, even if ED ROTHTAYLOR really believed that the princess would fail the test. She had confidence in succeeding and rubbing it in his face. However, ED ROTHTAYLOR did not lie, as she wasn't able to enter Class A, the princess now. Princess Phenia says, "ED ROTHTAYLOR, I will keep my eyes on you." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, could no longer do anything. As ED ROTHTAYLOR gets a fish and pulls it out of the water in joy, as he shouts, "Got one," a few hours later, ED ROTHTAYLOR pants and says, "Huff huff," as he ran and says to himself, "I may be living in a place where I have to start running from early in the morning to get to school on time," as he pants. And he stopped running and says to himself, "But I'm back at Sylvania Academy." The announcement says, "The school opening ceremony shall now begin." It is nice to see that the students have made progress before starting this new term. Enjoy the scoff prepared while listening. Also, our Psi-level Anya Academic Society has been. ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, I could hear the sweet whispers that welcomed me, who had survived. A lad says, "Ugh, just look at him." A girl says, "How did he have the face to come to the opening ceremony? Does he really intend to continue attending here?" ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "This is the reward for the victor. Let's enjoy it slowly." As he eats his 50th plate of steak, a lady says, "Isn't that ED ROTHTAYLOR?" As ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "The goal is graduation," a lady says, "The second year that showed a sorry state during the entrance exam." Her mate says, "If you look closely, he feels a bit different. He sure eats quite mannerly." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "I don't have any ambitions. I just want to graduate." Clara says, "I heard that there's desserts made by the head chef of Ophelis at the table over there. Let's go eat it together. We can also talk about what happened over the holiday." Clara says, "What do you think, Anis?" Ernest says. Sounds good, Clara, Janica says. That's strange. Somehow he feels like a different person. As she looks back at Ed ROTHTAYLOR, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, I wished for nothing to happen. Today's the first day of school at Sylvania. The professor says, it's a new term, and I'm excited to see the students in a new, improved form, and to see the work that has been done by Sylvania Academic Society. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, however, on the very first day I was almost expelled. I didn't expect Fenia to tell the dean about me, though from the way that cranky old man is talking with a smile on his face, it doesn't look like she said anything bad. Anyway, I barely managed to avoid it. Phew. Let's be careful, so that the story doesn't stray from the original. A system notification says, Combat Abilities Details Rank, Novice Fighter Specialty, Bow Proficiency, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Life Skills Honed for Survival, and Magic Training Appropriate for a Student of the Faculty of Magic. To get the best of the combination of the two, there's no better weapon than a bow. As my life skills become more proficient, and I become able to create good quality arrows, I'll be able to cast spirit or magic formulas onto the arrows. Though, of course, spirit formulas are outside. As Ed ROTHTAYLOR was shocked and confused, and he saw Janica beautiful and sitting alone under a tree. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, the realm of my talent, she is Janica Failover. Second year, top of the class, genius spirit sorcerer, and she looks at Ed ROTHTAYLOR and says, so you're the amusing guy Marilda was on about? She suddenly teleports near Ed ROTHTAYLOR, saying, Ed ROTHTAYLOR, right? I'm Janica Failover. I'm in my second year, same as you. You can call me Janica. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, huh? When did she get all the way here? Janica says, are you surprised? Because I know about you. You see, this forest is the territory of Marilda, a high-ranking spirit. I've heard a lot about you from her. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, the master of this forest told you about me? Janica says, Marilda's kinda nosy with her attention all over the place. It's obvious she'd know about an unwanted visitor, right? Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats and looks at the dead bunny on his hand, saying to himself, unwanted visitor. I did. Kill a lot of them. I cut so many trees too. As he sweats, Janica says, don't sweat the small stuff. It's the natural order of things for creatures in the forest, to catch and eat each other. Marilda doesn't get bothered by something like that either. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, I guess even the huge wild wolf has a tender heart, huh? As he sweats. And Janica keeps looking at Ed ROTHTAYLOR. And she smiles and says, unexpected, right? Ha ha ha. Janica says, there's something I want to show you. Isn't it just cute and adorable? I signed a contract with him yesterday as soon as I saw him. Do you want to try touching him? As Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats and can't see anything at the beautiful hands of Janica and says to himself, a contract. Is it a spirit? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, if I want to be mates with Janica, I just need to chime in at the right time, but... Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, I don't know what you mean. I don't see spirits. Ha, or rather I can't. Janica, confused, says, you can't see spirits? Ed ROTHTAYLOR walks away saying, yep, anyway, I came here to get scoff, so I'll get going now. And he says to himself, only by following the original storyline can I gain an informational advantage. Janica Failover, someone who holds significant importance in the original storyline, is someone I must never get close to. As Janica watches Ed ROTHTAYLOR walk away, as she thinks of Ed ROTHTAYLOR, and she remembers what Ed ROTHTAYLOR said, I guess even the huge wild wolf has a tender heart, huh? Janica holds the chin of Marilda and says, it's just as you said, Marilda. He's a really fascinating guy. No matter how much I think about it, I think he really can't see you. Who is he? Also, I tried so hard to be kind to him, but he just answers with, yep. What's yep supposed to be? Geez. Well, it's not like we won't see each other again. I can just find out from now on, right? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, the distance between my shelter and the student area wasn't close at all. I barely make it in time, leaving at dawn and running at full pelt. Just by commuting to school, I'm doing something ridiculous that increases my stats. If I want to win the scholarship, I'll have to study more diligently. I write on a stone slab using a burned stick and borrow books from the student library. On my way home, I wash my sweaty clobber for daily wear. Will they be dry by tomorrow morning? You'd think I'm done for the day after that, but no. I have to check if I have enough firewood, drinking water, and jerky for tomorrow's lunch. Why is the beef jerky fishy? I can only sleep for 4 hours because of this. But that's not what bothers me the most. As he says to Janica, "Hey, how long are you going to keep following me?" As Janica was shocked, and she says, "Ha! You knew?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR shouts at her, saying, "It'd be stranger if I didn't. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ed ROTHTAYLOR, the worst hooligan to exist. Why do you keep hanging around me?" Janica says, "Well, that's other people's judgment of you, isn't it?" As Ed ROTHTAYLOR was shocked, Janica smiled and said, "I don't even know you yet." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, right, Janica Failova was this kind of character. She may look naive and dumb on the outside, but she's really independent-minded. However, knowing what's in store for her in the future, I just can't respond to her with a refreshing smile on my face. Because Janica Failova is the final boss of Act 1. She's the only character who smiles to ROTHTAYLOR. "I'm a villain, I'm a scumbag. I didn't want to go this far, but..." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "In that case, since destiny brought us together, can you do me a favor?" Janica excitedly says, "A favor?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR looks away, saying, "As you can see, I'm a mess. I've been disowned by my family, and I'm in a pinch. Can you give me some money?" Janica froze in shock as she became a stone. Ed ROTHTAYLOR keeps saying, "I mean, it's not like I won't pay you back. That's what mates are for, right? I'm only borrowing it for a bit. How much have you got?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself. Every year, Janica gets a scholarship for being the top of the class. But that doesn't just signify her excellence. Her background is so poor that without the scholarship, she can't enroll or advance to higher graduation in the school. The daughter of a small ranch, Janica. Her weakness is money. Janica says, sorry." Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats and says to himself, "Janica Failova, cut out." 3 days later, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "I don't feel great about it, but I don't want to get entangled with the important characters anymore. Let's be careful, so that the story doesn't stray from the original." As Ed ROTHTAYLOR comes back to his hut, and he was shocked as he looks inside, he says, "What the hell?" And he says to himself, in terms of importance, she's a character with an even heavier presence than Janica, the subject of marvel of her classmates and even professors, the rare genius and the most powerful character of the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Lucy Merrill, as she sleeps inside Ed ROTHTAYLOR's hut. Lucy wakes up and stretches her arms, saying, "Ah," Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "why the hell is she sleeping here? What is she even doing in this mountain valley?" Original storyline, careful. Lucy says, "You're so loud that I can't sleep." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "What did I do?" as he sweats and gets annoyed. Lucy says, "Not you. That wolf over there, which is as big as a house," as she points at the back of Ed ROTHTAYLOR and says, "It keeps talking to you. It's asking you to someday save Janica at all costs." As Ed ROTHTAYLOR looks back and can't see Marilda, Lucy keeps saying, "That wolf over there, which is as big as a house, it keeps talking to you. It's asking you to someday save Janica at all costs." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Even if you say that, I can't see anything. Anyway, I thought I'd finally got rid of Janica. Another problem right after the last one." "Why is she sleeping here?" Lucy says, "I've told you what I needed to." As she lies down and Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "Don't go back to sleep," and he says to himself, "Wait." Using space magic to jump from place to place with her tiny body makes Lucy's area of activity like that of a street cat. She can always go to places like the clock tower and roofs in good locations with good lighting where she can nap whenever she wants. In that case, my camp is in the northern forest of Arkan Island, a remote place that no one comes to. But for her, it isn't too remote. It has cool wind and the sound of the river. It's the perfect place to take a nap while skiving off. Made my bed, so now I have to lie in it. The next day, I need some kind of method. Ha ha. To think she'd use multicasting with 5 or 6 different high-level spells just to come flying and fall asleep. It's just a matter of time before the flow of the original story gets ruined if that monster keeps staying here. A system notification says, "You have completed production. Your production proficiency has increased." A system notification says, "New finished product snare, made out of using the rope obtained from a construction site to some resilient wood. Can catch small animals, 2 stars." Lucy says, "Can I eat the beef jerky?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "Don't eat it." Lucy keeps eating the jerky and says, "Oh, what an interesting flavor." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "It's obvious that she won't listen to reason. The fact that she's come here twice means she might keep coming. I need to find a method." Of all the countless strategy posts I've seen, there was no method to defeat Lucy. However, as Lucy enjoys eating the jerky, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "Oh yeah, while I was coming here I saw the awfulest hallmaids looking for you." As Lucy froze in shock and confusion, and she looks at Ed ROTHTAYLOR and looks away saying, I suddenly remembered something urgent I have to do. Later, as she flew like a rocket, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "There's no strategy to defeat Lucy, but there was a sentence in the setup guide that everyone skipped that was quick. That states that Lucy runs away from the maids who take care of her like a mother every single day. Lucy Merrill, out." Lucy had only been at the camp for 2 days. Let's get to work. This won't lead to anything, right? It didn't take me long to realize how complacent a thought that was. A system notification says, "Quest Joint Combat Training." At the arena, people cheered. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Joint combat training is literally a mock one-on-one combat exercise. To minimize the lethality as much as possible, the combat students mostly use fake weapons, while the magic students are only allowed to use basic elemental magic, and the alchemy students are restricted from using potions or spirit formulas that are too strong. The grades are mixed and the list of matches is randomized. Psi-level Anya into one-on-one battles. Above all of the important characters to the scenarios partake in this class. Benevolent Princess Fenia, Golden Daughter Lortel, Spirit Sorcerer Janica, Slothful Lucy, Wicked Clebius. I could go on and on. Even so, the most important person is the protagonist after all. The Failed Swordsman Taylor. Is Taylor's match next? I already know the results, so I didn't pay much attention to the matches. Since the winners of the duels were all first years, like the protagonist, Taylor. Except for exactly one person. Janica says, "Hey!" Janica Failover, 2nd year. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "I can't believe she's running all happily to me after going through the pathetic experience of me asking her for money." Janica says, "The list of matches is out." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Unlike Lucy, who is similar to a cat, Janica is more akin to a dog." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "I'm not really interested." As he looks away, Janica says, "Why? Aren't you curious about your match, Ed?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Wait a minute, I have to fight as well? Ed ROTHTAYLOR in the original storyline was already expelled by now, so who's going to be my opponent?" Janica says, "Look." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "No way." And he says to himself, "My God." Ed ROTHTAYLOR versus Fenia Elias. It's Princess Fenia. The announcer says, "The following students should prepare for their duel and proceed to the waiting room. Lucy Merrill and Taylor McLaw." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Taylor?" Taylor says, "I shall perform to the best of my ability." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Yeah, right now. It doesn't matter who I'm fighting against. I need to pay attention to Taylor. Though it was from a world beyond the screen, I lived as Taylor for several lifetimes. Game over? Play again? Yes, no. From miserable and vain bad endings to true endings that left long-lasting impressions. Play again? Yes, no. I completed that journey countless times. Among the countless routes, there wasn't a single route that wasn't arduous and difficult. I've already decided on taking care of my own life, but I'm cheering for you, Taylor. By the way, the announcer says, I'm repeating the announcement, Lucy Merrill. Is there a student named Lucy Merrill? Please come up to the arena once you're ready for the practice match. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, where did Lucy go? At the backup podium, Lucy sleeps. Ed ROTHTAYLOR pinched her face and says, wake up already, it's your turn. Lucy says, ugh. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, at this rate, if the match doesn't happen, it'll be trouble. This is an important episode that inspires Taylor to first pick up the sword. Lucy says, I'm hungry. Do you have any more of that beef jerky from last time? Ed ROTHTAYLOR gets annoyed and grits his teeth, and he says, go finish your duel first. As Lucy stands up and says, yawn, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, first year, top of the class, Lucy Merrill versus Taylor McLaw. The protagonist of this world, born to be a swordsman, has never held a sword before in his life. Yet with the first swing of his sword, he cuts through Lucy's lightning-quick magic. The spell she had thought would obviously hit was blocked, catching her off guard as Taylor closed the distance. Surprised, Lucy hits him with lightning strike, an intermediate-level lightning magic. Taylor is then completely overpowered by the reflexively cast magic spell, but Lucy is disqualified for using intermediate-level magic, earning Taylor the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy Merrill. It was a legendary scene. As the announcer says, okay, the match starts now. As Taylor says, here I go. Lucy uses her magic at Taylor and blasts him. As he hits the wall, Janica and the others were shocked as their jaws drop. Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats in excitement. Lucy, still sleepy, says, yawn. The announcer says, it's already over. I guess you can't win against the top of the class, huh? No wonder. What's the point of running at a mage like her barehanded? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Taylor McLaw's life was always a series of trials. A country bumpkin and a failure of a student. An underachiever who hadn't got a single decent grade since he started school. A failure that wasn't acknowledged by anyone, while everyone jumped to conclusions regarding the match. In an outright wicked situation where they pitied him even in the midst of all this despair, Taylor never lost hope. As he stood up with a raging aura, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, that's right, man, you can do it. The shout of the swordsman who never gave up on his life until the end. This was the moment that touched the hearts of all the students. And someone shouted, Lucy Merrill! Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, and here, Lucy will use lightning magic. Suddenly he was confused and said, huh? As wind magic appeared at the tip of the sword of Taylor. As Lucy was shocked, and Taylor closes in on Lucy, and he shouts, ooh-wah! As a giant wind spirit appears and blasts Taylor away. Ed ROTHTAYLOR was shocked as Taylor hits the pillar, and he drops to the ground. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, not lightning magic, but wind magic. The announcer says, Lucy Merrill is the victor. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Taylor, lost, as he was shocked and confused. A few moments later, Taylor walks away. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, wow, this is going to be a big problem. We definitely can't leave him alone. A system notification says, protection of the wind, using the power of the wind spirit automatically protects you from sudden attacks. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, it's a continuous magic obtained through contracting with the high-class wind spirit Marilda. Lucy says, can you give me the jerky now? As Ed ROTHTAYLOR runs away and says to himself, according to the scenario, Marilda and Lucy are originally two separate entities. Due to Lucy coming to my side, she ended up contracting with Marilda and becoming stronger because of it. The announcer says, the next combat training will be between Ed ROTHTAYLOR and the respected Princess Fenia Elias Clowell. Princess Fenia Elias Clowell at the door says, Ed ROTHTAYLOR, last time you. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Taylor had to win as he runs past Princess Fenia Elias Clowell. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, picking up the sword, gaining confidence. As Princess Fenia Elias Clowell was shocked and confused. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, however, in the end, lost because of me. due to the existence of ED ROTHTAYLOR in Sylvania. ED ROTHTAYLOR says, "Hey, Taylor!" And he says to himself, "I don't know if this has any meaning, but it's better than just sitting still." As Taylor stopped, ED ROTHTAYLOR says, "Your efforts will definitely pay off. Don't feel so down. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "If Taylor's heart is completely broken, there's a high chance that I will be forced to work hard in the end." ED ROTHTAYLOR says, "Walk proudly. You did good. It's just that the opponent wasn't a good match for you. Don't let something like this get you down." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "There'll be many more hardships that'll happen at the academy. You should be the one to face it, not me." Emperor Clowell says, "Phoenicia, you were born with God's blessing." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, the first person to discover her innate insight was Emperor Clowell. Her ability wasn't something given by some god. A system notification says, "Insight detects the opponent's lies and conspiracies." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "A life of a royal is riddled with endless intrigue and conspiracy. From within that dark abyss, she developed this sense herself as a means of self-protection. That's why Princess Sylvania can be confident about her ability. There was an ugly abyss in the eyes of the imperial family that looked up to Sylvania. Even when she saw through them, the Princess of Love lived as if she didn't know." At the arena, ED ROTHTAYLOR says, "Please go easy on me." And he says to himself, she had no choice but to stare straight into this person. Princess Sylvania alias Clowell says, "Yes, please go easy on me as well." A student says, "Did you hear how he was yelling at Taylor? He's really persistent." A lad says, "Wow, did he really want to make fun of someone who wasn't even able to do anything?" A girl says, "He probably wanted to look like the nice guy by cheering on the person he was picking on." A blonde lad says, "Wow, that's disturbing." A girl says, "He was that type of person from the start." Princess Sylvania alias Clowell says to herself, "Their words are correct. ED ROTHTAYLOR used his position to embarrass his juniors, and when it didn't work out the way he wanted, he was caught altering the test results. Shameless. He was sure to be like that in the past. But is that really all? Earlier, that desperation, as she remembers what ED ROTHTAYLOR said, 'Don't let something like this get you down.' Princess Sylvania alias Clowell says to herself, was real." The announcer says, "Now, let the combat begin." Princess Sylvania alias Clowell says, "ED ROTHTAYLOR, you confuse me. I want to come to a conclusion with this duel. I'm coming." As she charges her power and says to herself, "Start with 1. The magic that ED ROTHTAYLOR can use is wind and fire. How will you react to this?" Shaking off everything while exchanging moves. A dramatic battle as a finale. Getting rid of that mysterious man from my heart. As ED ROTHTAYLOR was hit. Princess Sylvania alias Clowell was confused. ED ROTHTAYLOR drops to the ground, and he says, "I lost." Princess Sylvania alias Clowell says, "What did you say?" "You." And she says to herself, "He didn't even block after seeing the trajectory of the water ball." The crowd says, "Wow, what was that? He's worse than Taylor." He was acting all cool, but he got knocked out with just a hit. "You were so cool, Princess Sylvania. That was really refreshing." ED ROTHTAYLOR stood up and says, "That was a good fight. I learned a lot." Princess Sylvania alias Clowell says, "Just what are you?" And she says to herself, "That man. Now that I think about it, after coming to this stage, he hasn't made eye contact with me even once." The announcer says, "Princess Sylvania alias Clowell is the victor." Princess Sylvania alias Clowell says to herself, "He had no interest in this duel in the first place." ED ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Is now really a time to be playing duel?" When coming in contact with Princess Sylvania, it's best to act carefully, not letting it affect the scenario, because Princess Sylvania is an important person in this scenario. But the person more important than Princess Sylvania is the MC of this world, Taylor. Where did that punk Taylor go? Princess Sylvania alias Clowell says, "ED ROTHTAYLOR." As ED ROTHTAYLOR looks behind and says, "Princess Sylvania, what are you doing out here without any escorts?" Princess Sylvania alias Clowell in anger says, "Just what are you?" ED ROTHTAYLOR confused says, I'm not sure what you're on about. If you're on about the duel, I learned a lot. Princess Fenia Elias Clayle says, What do you mean, learned a lot? You didn't even intend to win in the first place. You were just thinking about how to quickly get off the stage. I'm already having a hard time keeping up with the class. But that fox-like merchant is only thinking about ways to take over the school. And Professor Glast's grumpiness isn't getting any better. All the while, the servants are always on about the ways of royalty. I have enough on my mind as it is. Who are you to complicate my mind even more? Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats and says to himself, what? Did she really have this much pent-up frustration? Ed ROTHTAYLOR holds her shoulder and says, Princess, take a deep breath and please calm down. There's no need for you to get so worked up. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, breathe in and breathe out. And she breathes in and breathes out. Princess Fenia Elias Clayle says, What happened just now? Please forget about it. As she blushes, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, okay. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, I can go now, right? Princess Fenia Elias Clayle says, That's right. I have a bad habit. I can just bluntly ask questions, but I feel like I'm constantly trying to guess and predict what's going on in their thoughts. It's probably due to living in the palace for so long. As Ed ROTHTAYLOR cries and says to himself, First, let me go. I need to go find Taylor. As his ear bleeds. Princess Fenia Elias Clayle says, So I'll ask bluntly. You tried to cut off ties with your family because you knew of their dark side, right? The reason you picked on Taylor is because you needed a reason to be expelled from the family. Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats and says to himself, That's a pretty sharp deduction. Although it's mostly wrong, the thought of the ROTHTAYLOR family having a dark side was correct. But Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, No, I don't know what you're on about. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, That's something you will look into far off in the future. It's too early right now. Princess Fenia Elias Clayle says, There's no way I'm wrong. It doesn't make sense logically. Then, just what were those words you yelled at Taylor? Why are you cheering on and supporting the person you were trying to get expelled? Did you never have a dislike for Taylor in the first place? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Those are some sharp questions. So what? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, It's because I just wanted to make fun of him. You know, since everyone hates me, if I cheer Taylor on, people might see me in a different light. Something like that. Anyone can tell that you're lying. Look into my eyes and tell me straight. A system notification says, Insight is seeing through the lies. Ed ROTHTAYLOR's nose suddenly became long, and he says, But I'm telling the truth. A system notification says, Lie. Princess Fenia Elias Clayle says, Arg, really? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, I'm telling the truth, really. A system notification says, Lie. A system notification says, Lie. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, She probably doesn't have evidence yet. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, It really is the truth. Princess Fenia Elias Clayle spits fire and anger and says, Really? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Above all, going with the original scenario is my only hope. Princess Fenia Elias Clayle says, Phew, fine, as her head steams in anger, and she keeps saying, I can't say anything as of now since I don't have evidence. You can go. You've been staring at the door from the start. You have something urgent to take care of, right? Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, Thank you. And he grabs the door and says to himself, This is the first time Fenia showed this side of hers. As someone who will affect the early scenario, she's already involved with so many people and events enough to give me a headache. It's probably my fault for being a new addition to the scenario. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, How could my burdens compare to the burden the princess carries? It might be a bit out of line, but you look really worn out. It's important to pay attention to the complicated politics, but you should also relax a bit. This place isn't like the palace, where you have to worry about every little thing. This is Sylvania Academy. As Princess Fenia Elias Clayle's eyes widen, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Fenia lived her life trying to see through everyone's lies. But that was the first time someone else saw right through her, as wind blew inside the room that is closed from the outside. A few moments later, Ed ROTHTAYLOR pants and runs, saying to himself, "This is troublesome. I lost too much time. If Taylor gives up my comfortable life, no, this whole world might even end." Ed ROTHTAYLOR shouts, "Taylor!" as Taylor sits silently. Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats and says to himself, "Oh, but what should I say?" Suddenly Isla appears and says, "Don't come any closer." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "You are." Isla says, "Ed ROTHTAYLOR, no more. Don't bother Taylor anymore." She is Isla Triss, main heroine, and she says, "Taylor's already having a hard time without you. You don't need to harass him anymore." Taylor says, "You're still in the school, huh?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, he revived. A fighting spirit that never falters no matter how strong his opponent is. Taylor says, "Ed ROTHTAYLOR," as he moves Isla back. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, a willpower that's clearly evident in his eyes, "I see. While I duelled with the princess, his childhood mate and biggest cheerleader, Isla Triss, ran out the door right away without a single glance back." Isla says to Taylor, "You can get through it this time too. You've always been great at that. You can do it. Don't be discouraged by this, Taylor." Taylor says, "Why are you here? Do you have any business with me?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself with Isla by his side. Taylor will rise to his feet again and again. As Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats silently, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "You're great with the blade. I saw it again." Taylor says, "What are you scheming?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "That's right. I've seen through lots of experiences with Taylor and been with him till the end." Ed ROTHTAYLOR turns around and says, "I don't have anything like that." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Let's be honest, I thought he'd save the world, so I should just worry about surviving. I treated him like a pushover, since he was the game's protagonist who'd do all the hard work instead of me. But right now I'm relieved. Not because the story that strayed away from the original came back on track, but because Taylor, whom I was with for so long, is still okay. That's all I need." Taylor and Isla say, "What the hell? Why is he acting like he's so cool?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Well, I can't avoid this though," as Ed ROTHTAYLOR stops and looks behind. He saw a massive explosion. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "Is it that time already?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Originally, everyone was supposed to have witnessed this while in their seats at the nail building, as Lortel uses her magic, and attacked." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Golden Daughter, Lortel and Spirit Sorcerer, Janica Failova sparring. Though it's in a different form from the original, I'm sure Taylor and Isla are watching this scene. Keep your eyes peeled, Taylor, because one of the numerous trials approaching you, the Act 1 final boss, is Janica Failova." A student says, "Woo! Congrats, Janica." Another says, "Janica's the only one from our year who won against the new students. She's got a great personality and she's great at spirit sorcery. What are you even bad at?" Janica says, Thanks. Hey." A medical student says, "Patient passing by. Move aside, please." As Janica was shocked, and she saw Lortel being rushed out, a student says, "How do you get your spirit sorcery to be so?" Another says, "Seriously, congrats, Janica." Janica's the pride of US sophomores. As Janica was shocked, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, unlike in the original, Lucy defeated Taylor. And it all ended with the main character of the joint combat training being Janica Failova, who became the protector of the pride of the past enrolled students. Janica already had a lot of mates, but this incident will make things even more frantic for her. Well, it might just be for the better. I won't be seeing her at the camp anymore. When I get entangled with the main characters, my head starts spinning. Already 2 weeks since the joint combat training. Without the main characters, I can go all in on my studies and survival without worry. I have a fishing net, so the scoff problem's somewhat solved. A system notification says, stamina, 6 intellect, 5 talent, 9 willpower, 8 luck, combat or magic or life or alchemy. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Is it because my stamina stats are increasing? I feel like my body's getting better." as he took the fishnet on the water with just his boxers on. Ed ROTHTAYLOR walks out of the water and says to himself, "It's still too early to get lazy," as Janica saw the muscular body of Ed ROTHTAYLOR and says, She tried to cover her eyes with her open fingers and says, "Ed, do you like being naked?" as she blushed behind a bush. Ed ROTHTAYLOR points at her in anger, saying, "Well, what the hell are you on about after suddenly showing up here? I just came from fishing." A few moments later at the bonfire, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "What's so great about this place that you keep coming back?" Janica says, "It's like a top-secret base. So I feel like an adventurer, and that's exciting. Want to talk to you a little more, and I need some advice too, I guess." Ed ROTHTAYLOR puts on a shirt and says, "Advice?" And he says to himself, "Why me out of all people?" Janica says, "You left early at that time, so you might not have seen it, but in the joint combat training last month, I hurt someone, you see." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Didn't her opponent use an intermediate-level spell? Intermediate-level magic wasn't allowed, though. Well, that wouldn't be important for the good-hearted Janica." Janica says, "I keep trying to forget it, but maybe I did overdo it. I can't get rid of the thought that I overreacted." Ed ROTHTAYLOR sat down and says, "I see." Janica says, "Should I apologize to her? Though my mates will stop me saying she did wrong first." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "Then do that, if you think you're right." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, the lovely and bubbly second-year student, Janica, was a treasure to everyone, precious in every way. As Janica was confused and shocked looking at Ed ROTHTAYLOR, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, so if she ever felt guilty or self-critical, everyone would come forward to encourage her and take her side. But Janica knew, that it's nice when someone has your back no matter what, but that doesn't erase the wrongs that were done. That's probably why she came to me. Janica says, "As expected of you, Ed, you never take my side unconditionally." As she stretched her arms and smiled, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "I can't help it if that offends you." Janica says, No, you're misunderstanding. I don't feel offended at all," and she says to herself, that wasn't the type of guy he was last year. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, Janica may be the bubbly, smiley girl, but she was just as observant as the next person. Even when he asked for money during hard times, he didn't show the desperation that people usually have in such a predicament. This boy was indirectly telling her not to come close. But those sides of Ed, Janica says, in fact, I find it reassuring. "I wish everyone in the world was like you, Ed," as she smiled at Ed ROTHTAYLOR. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Stayed with me as a strange comfort." As the night was silent and the fireflies flew. The next day, Ed ROTHTAYLOR walks in the halls and frustratedly says to himself, "This is serious trouble. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is called a masterpiece, but very few people have seen its ending. Newbies especially encounter several bad endings early on. For example, if you save a girl during an ambush by kobolds in the class placement test, you will witness the secret of the Golden Daughter. She then sends someone to kidnap Taylor, and just like that, a system notification says, "You died." A system notification says, "Bad ending 3, Taylor has been assassinated." In the monster slaying practice episode, if you skip the childhood Materila and form a unit with the Golden Daughter, a system notification says, "You died." A system notification says, "Bad ending 7, Arila has fallen off a cliff to her death." That's because Taylor was supposed to rescue Arila, who had fallen off the cliff. If you protect the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkan, summoned by Janica. A system notification says, "You died." A system notification says, "Bad ending 3, Taylor has burned to death." Lortel says, "Senior, can you not hear me?" As Ed ROTHTAYLOR sweats and thinks to himself, saying, "I must run. She's..." Ed ROTHTAYLOR suddenly noticed Lortel and says, "How long are you going to keep following me?" Lortel says, "I didn't think you'd grit your teeth and ignore me for so long." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, "Of course, I'm going to grit my teeth and ignore you. Isn't that obvious? The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania's fourth heroine, the business magnate Elti Kechaln's only daughter, Lortail Kechaln, the golden daughter. And she says, "I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed." As Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to himself, aka Newbie Crusher, Lortail Kechaln is designed as the hidden hero. Unlike Fenia, Lortail was treated as a villain from the start. Her true colours only came out in the later half of the story. The moment they start to understand realists, Lortail's loneliness and anguish, players are at a crossroads between Fenia and Lortail. But I can't fall for her words right now. If I play this as Lortail's 10, I'll lose the initiative and Lortail will catch on. Lortail says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Why can't you at least hear me out? Can't you? I want to help you out a little bit." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "Don't say things you don't mean." And Lortail catches on, saying, "Oh my senior, how can you say that about the respect I hold for you?" And she comes in front of Ed ROTHTAYLOR. Then she says, "Seeing you is such an inspiration to me. Even under such difficult circumstances, you continue learning. Of course, you being arrogant and self-centered is not exactly unheard of, but who cares about that? Please listen to my offer first. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a down payment. You're quite close to Senior Janica these days, right? Can you help me befriend her?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR gets surprised after hearing this, and he's thinking, 3 gold coins. Haha. For some, it's a whole month's earnings. But then Ed ROTHTAYLOR asks Lortail, "Does the great golden daughter buy connections with money as well?" And Lortail says, "Keep it for now. You see, I'm aware that the more people on my side, the better." Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, she intuitively realized this, that she'd be in a political fight with Princess Fenia for control of the academy, and that she must start gaining allies from now on. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Lortail, "Sure, let's at least shake hands on that." And Lortail is thinking while moving her hand forward, for people who have been wealthy all their lives, a moment of poverty is enough to crush their heart. But surprisingly, for people who face such predicaments, chump change tends to become their downfall. They eventually sell their families, their pride, and even themselves for the sake of a gold coin. Preying on the desperate is just that easy and simple. Sadly, that's how it should have been. How amusing. After this, Ed ROTHTAYLOR leaves from that place. He's rubbing his teeth and saying, "Had I got that, it might have made things easier for me, though it's a shame. I can't even imagine the horrors I'd go through if I'd got stuck between the Newbie Crusher and Janica. I have to avoid anything that increases the chances of change in the original storyline at all costs." That night, Lortail Kechaln didn't feel humiliated by Ed's clear-cut rejection. Understanding the pros and cons, profit and self-interest, the perfect businesswoman doesn't lose any opportunity that comes within her reach. And Lortail says, "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, so it's you, Lortail. Well, you look pretty different with your hair down." Ed ROTHTAYLOR tells her, on the contrary, it awakened the unrelenting spirit within her to turn Janica Failover into one of her people. And Lortail is thinking about the past. "You know, there was a big fuss about me using forbidden intermediate magic during the joint combat exercise." Then Lortail tells Janica, "It's been a while, but I wanted to apologize when I got the chance." And Lortail is thinking, "I just wanted to see how great the top sophomore student was." And Janica says to Lortail, "So the wound hasn't healed yet, huh?" And Lortail is thinking, "Though I had to pay a big price for it." And Lortail laughs and says to Janica, "I'm sure it'll heal quickly. Don't worry about it too much, Senior Janica." And Lortail is thinking, Janica is similar to the main characters in fairy tales. Would it be easier to manipulate her if I used her guilt against her? Then Janica says to Lortail, "I guessed the talk with Ed went well, huh?" And Lortail gets surprised after hearing this. Then she says, "What are you suddenly on about?" And Janica says smilingly, "I tell them to restrain themselves when it comes to personal matters, but these spirits sure love chatting. I hear most of the conversations around the northern part of the forest, you see." Hearing this, sweat starts falling from Lortail's forehead, and she's remembering what she said. "Can you help me befriend Senior Janica? Though untouched by yours willingness to invest gold coins so willingly for me." And Janica goes to Lortail and tells her, You know how they say you can't buy sincerity with money, and Lortel is remembering. Ed's approach is a bit more moving, you know. Then Janica laughs and says, "Did I act too smug about myself? It's my first time being a senior, so I might have been boosted a little. This is embarrassing." And Janica is thinking, "I'm going to need to modify my evaluation of her." Then Janica says while leaving, "I'll get going now. It takes a lot of preparation to form a contract with a high-ranked spirit, you see. I've been getting a lot more support lately, so I have to work even harder." And Lortel is thinking, "Janica Failover, similar to the main characters in fairy tales. I got that wrong." And Janica is saying, "All right, Lortel, a person who's oblivious about the ways of the world. Absolutely not." And Janica tells Lortel, "I'm sorry about the other day. You were pretty hurt because of me, weren't you?" And she's thinking, despite being completely aware of the dark side of the world. Then Janica says, "I hope you get better soon." And Lortel thinks, she's a person who maintains her cheerful personality, and Janica leaves from that place. And Lortel makes a strange face. Then she says, "This is hard, but just now." She looks strangely on edge. After this, Janica is saying, "I gotta work harder because it's really nice when people expect good things from you." And then the scene shifts, and we see Ed ROTHTAYLOR's clobber drying in the bright sunlight. And seeing him, Lucy says, "It smells." Then she starts blowing all Ed ROTHTAYLOR's clobber in the air with her wind magic. Seeing this, Ed ROTHTAYLOR gets scared, and he says, "Qua, I just hung them." Then someone says, Who's there?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR looks over there and he says, "The senior maid of Sylvania's finest dormitory, the Offerless Hall, Blimey. She's the maid who kicked me out." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Blimey, "Ah, you mean this." And Blimey is saying, "I know you're staying here. Lady Janica talks a lot about you. I didn't realize you were living in this state, though. I'm glad to see it's been a good change for you." Ed ROTHTAYLOR's face falls after listening to Blimey's words. Then he says Blimey's words fell on deaf ears, and my gaze kept going there. Offerless Hall's maids are an elite group of women who perform all household duties to perfection, including defeating the students inside. The basket must be the finest ingredients that this elite maid gathered from the forest. That's high-grade information on foraging that I can't get from books. Let's see the event where Blimey could impact the main plot. And Blimey tells Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "You don't need to be so respectful. You can talk down to me as you had while residing in Offerless." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "No thanks," and Blimey gets surprised after hearing this. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR further says, "How could I talk down to a maid who's always working so hard?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, there isn't a single event where Blimey had a direct impact on the main plot. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR makes a cute face and says, "About that basket." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, then I guess there shouldn't be a problem with us extras becoming mates. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR gets a notification from the system and it says, "You heard about the explanation of various edible berries, mushrooms and herbs from Blimey. Your creation is complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased. Newly finished product. Fish farming net installation. You've tied the net properly, secured it to a branch, and set it up so that it won't collapse in the flowing stream. Your catch might be able to survive for a few days. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "I have plenty of meat and fish. My dietary needs are almost solved." Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR lights the fire with the help of ignition. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR gets a notification. Fire magic ignition, level 10. Wind magic wind blade, level 10. And looking at it, Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "I still have only 2 basic spells, but I used them so many damn times that I had reached my aimed efficiency of level 10 without even knowing." Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR gets another notification by the system. A newly finished product, herbal tea. Herbal tea made from the herbs Blimey told you. It smells good. Crafting difficulty. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "Using it while chopping firewood or cooking increases your survival rate drastically. A proof is that I'm done with my work and yet the sun hasn't set. If I'm honest, I have to admit I'm having a bit of fun with this." And when Ed ROTHTAYLOR is looking up, he sees a light, but when he looks at it carefully, he becomes a little confused. That light is coming very fast towards Ed ROTHTAYLOR, and he is saying, "Right up until now." And when that thing collides, there's a huge explosion at that place. ED ROTHTAYLOR falls away and dust covers the place. ED ROTHTAYLOR is very surprised. What is that thing? And he is saying, what on earth? My precious camp. Then slowly the dust starts clearing, and from within that dust someone says, that just about killed me. And this is Lucy. ED ROTHTAYLOR gets very surprised after seeing her, saying, that just about killed me. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is removing dust from his clobber, and he is saying, just about killed you? And ED ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, she's the world's most powerful mage. Who could... And Lucy tremblingly says, Blimey. And ED ROTHTAYLOR gets surprised after hearing this, and he says, but she's a good person. I just ditched class, as I usually do. But she was kind of moody for some reason, so she came with her fist clenched tighter than usual. And Lucy is telling, it was all so sudden that I just teleported out of there. I thought it would hurt. And we see that ED ROTHTAYLOR is getting very sorry. Then Lucy tells ED ROTHTAYLOR, you have jerky. And ED ROTHTAYLOR gets angry, and he hits Lucy with a small wooden stick, and he says, damn it, you ruined everything. What the hell is the life you live? And Lucy is holding her head. But ED ROTHTAYLOR gets very surprised, and he's thinking, she's not using any protective spells. Then Lucy says, I ran out of all magic. And Lucy is looking at ED ROTHTAYLOR. And ED ROTHTAYLOR says to Lucy, no. Did you then? And ED ROTHTAYLOR has made an evil face, and he stretches out his hand and he says, is this for the house that you just destroyed? Then the sound of Lucy screaming is coming from the forest, and ED ROTHTAYLOR is saying to Lucy, and this is for the lovely motherly Miss Blimey. After this, ED ROTHTAYLOR is saying, I need a sturdier house. Let's build the house out of real wood. With my life as busy as it is, it's a huge plus for me to gain all the knowledge I want during my visits to the library. Materials for planning and other necessities. All that's left is the method of smoothing the wood and finishing the roof, I guess. Then someone says to ED ROTHTAYLOR, it's closing time. You're studying really hard. And ED ROTHTAYLOR says, has it already been that long? I'm sorry about that. And the girl says my name is Elka Island. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, it's as if she's using her eyes to please me to tell her my name. And ED ROTHTAYLOR tells her his name's Ed. And as soon as she hears the name, Elka's facial reaction changes and tears start coming from her eyes. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, familiar reaction. As always, this guy's notoriety just doesn't go away. No surprise there. I've only been living diligently, but there's no way that changes anything. Then Elka says, you're extremely different from what the rumors say, you know. You've even read all the books on elemental ladies. They are hard for me to understand in just a few days. Even right now, you've read through over 6 technical texts while sitting here. They say you act all arrogant when they don't even know anything. I guess rumors are not to be trusted after all. I know someone who's just as sincere as you, Senior. I'll be cheering for you. And hearing Elka's words, a smile appears on ED ROTHTAYLOR's face. Then he thanks Elka, and the girl says to ED ROTHTAYLOR, have a safe trip back. I'm going to clean up and head back to my dorm. And then ED ROTHTAYLOR feels the pressure, and he is wondering what is this thing. And we see that Elka is also feeling that pressure, and she too is very surprised, and many books are about to fall on him. Then we see that a magic circle has formed over the entire school, and from that magic circle, energy is spreading over the school. Then we see a temporary camp in front of the student center. Thanks to the main character, Taylor, and his mates' efforts, many students gathered at the camp. It had been 2 hours since the unprecedented disaster. And a girl is saying, I saw it in a book on spirit magic. That's a summoning room to summon the highest ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. And the princess is saying, that's bad news, because there's only one person with a high enough spirit connection level to summon that many spirits. It's highly likely our enemy is the one who went berserk due to the spirit of darkness, the Year 2 top student, and everyone is surprised to hear the princess's words. And then someone says, it's unfortunate, but this is not the time for this. If all is right, then the barrier around the students will merely buy some time. If Glaskin is summoned, there will be more casualties. We need to head inside the student center. Captain of the Royal Guard, Claire says, people outside the barrier will notice in no time. If the Imperial Guard and the professors deal with it, it will soon be sorted. Faculty of Alchemy, Year 1, Elvira Aniston says, if it's the spirit of darkness, its barrier must be tough. We must solve this from the inside. Principal Album is out of town as well. If everyone here joins hands, I bet we could even take down a high-ranked spirit, don't you think? Then we see another boy who is very scared and he says, I'm against it. We will get through those intermediate-level spirits and subdue the spirit boss as well. You're going to enter the building and take down Janica. But that's not all. There's higher-ranked spirits inside, 2 of them at that. High-rank Berserk Fire Spirit Tarkan and high-rank Spirit of Darkness Philosopher. That's suicide. I'm not going. And Lortel says, but did she really do this all on her own? I mean, even for a Year 2 top student, isn't she way too powerful? She's summoning Glasskin while manifesting all these spirits at the same time. And a girl says, most of it is likely Velosta's. More Senior Janica is merely a medium to manifest it. Spirits of darkness, natural enemies of a spirit sorcerer. Their enormous power is simply beyond a spirit sorcerer's control. The demons take that. In fact, control of the spirit sorcerers is the reason all spirit sorcerers feel this way, because they become their prey. How Senior Janica, the most remarkable student in spirit studies, managed to command Philosopher isn't known to anyone. Then a boy says, that's not what's important right now. What's important right now is to decide our course of action, and there is only one person who can decide that. Princess Fenia, please tell us, but Fenia is unable to say anything, and there is silence in this place. The moment when everyone waits for her decision. Suddenly, Ed's nonchalant remark flashes through her mind. Whatever I carry, the burden can't be any heavier than what you carry, Princess, can it? Why not have some peace of mind? How great would it be if only it were that easy, Fenia thinks. Then Fenia says, we'll enter after an hour. But only me, my guard Claire, as well as top students of each year and class will go. Only those who have proven their ability will go. So make your preparations and toughen your mind. I'll take the responsibility. Then the boy says, Princess, we're done assessing the resident employees of the teaching area. The Audrey Hall and Potion Archives are in the middle of a strike. It's unlikely they'll join us. And Fenia says, so we're the only ones who can take any proper action. And the boy says, no other students aside from that. But then someone says, there is one. I'm on my way from the library in the student library. There's a friend of mine, an apprentice librarian and a sophomore student in there. And seeing that girl, Fenia says to her apprentice, what's their name? And the girl says Elka Island. And hearing this, Jix becomes very angry. And he says to that girl, Elka? Did you just say Elka? And the girl says, we're in the apprentice librarian class together learning how to manage grimoires. But Jix says, damn it, I have to rescue her right now. Elka's powerless to defend herself. But all Fenia and Lortel stop Jix. And Lortel says, calm down, Jix. The student library is really far away right now. Subduing the cause of this problem, Senior Janica, comes first. And Fenia says, that's right, Jix. She also said there's a sophomore student in the student library. How about we believe in that student for now? You definitely said there's another student there, right? But the girl is very scared and is unable to say anything. Then Jix catches the girl and says to her, what are you hiding? Tell me right now. And the girl fearfully tells Ed ROTHTAYLOR's name, and Jix gets very angry after hearing Ed ROTHTAYLOR's name, and his eyes start turning red. And the girl cries and says, I'm sorry. He was sitting there all the way till really late in the night. I was annoyed, so I left it to Elka. All of you know what kind of guy he is, don't you? And after listening to the girl's words, all of them start imagining Ed ROTHTAYLOR, and the girl further explains, Elka doesn't care about rumors like that, so... And a boy is saying, that shameless guy and the apprentice are stuck in the library all alone. Then we see Jix, who is getting very angry, and Fenia is trying to calm him down. Then she appears in front of him, asking him to stop. Then we see that energy is still coming out from that magic circle. Then Fenia says, how about you have some faith in him? And on hearing this, they all become very shocked. And Lortel is also not saying anything. But Jix gets very angry and moves forward very fast. and we also see the spirits. And Jix is thinking, if he touches so much as a hair of Elka's, and Jix is moving forward, eliminating those spirits, and he's thinking, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Then Jix starts remembering about his past. Rags to riches isn't nearly enough to describe how miraculous the existence of Jix, the spear of grass, is. Judging from its size, it's an adult male. Considering the state of the surrounding tree box, it seems like it was just here. Got him. Big grasslands in the north of the Empire, a land of savagery where not even the voice of an empire can reach. A world where at the end of the day you have to check your own neck to make sure it's still attached. Jix was a descendant of the nomadic people who roamed around that land. By the time he came of age, he'd already been separated from his family. He had no idea about when he was abandoned, why he was abandoned, or if he would ever be able to return to his herd. He learned how to behead a deer before learning how to read, before learning how to buy goods. He mastered how to procure supplies from corpses on the roadside. Needless to say, that was. That's the guy from the northern grasslands, right? He's the descendant of those barbarians. Rumour has it that they even eat human flesh. The life of a beast. And at that time, someone had asked Jix's name, and that was Elka. And Jix had told Elka his name, and Elka was talking to him smilingly, and she was saying, "You're like a wolf walking on two legs." That's when he realised. A life spent endlessly roaming the vast northern prairies, scavenging for carcasses on the side of the road, sleeping with the moon as his roof. This boy was a wolf pup who was abandoned by his pack. The whole time I lived such a lonely life. The day he met his first companion in life, she suddenly understood the feeling of loneliness. Elka and her father welcomed me into their family. Chasing after the fast-paced life of civilization, the savage life became a distant memory at some point, and the wolf pup became a man. But if it was for the sake of protecting her, I would gladly become a beast again. I've heard rumours about that ED ROTHTAYLOR guy, so I know. He cheated on the test, insulted the princess, and harassed one of his juniors. And Jix is running towards Elka, and as soon as he looks ahead, there is ED ROTHTAYLOR in front of him. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is asking Jix, "Who is he?" So Jix grabs ED ROTHTAYLOR's collar and says to him, "Elka, where's Elka? Why are you here right now? First, tell me where Elka is." And ED ROTHTAYLOR tells him, but Jix throws ED ROTHTAYLOR aside, and he goes running. He opens the door and he says, "Elka, are you okay?" And he sees in front that Elka is lying on a table. Seeing her safe and sound, Jix takes a sigh of relief. He was very nervous. Then he's thinking, come to think of it, these are all bookcases that would be hard for a fully grown man to lift, yet they're placed around Elka as if they're trying to protect her. Blackout curtains to block the berserk spirit's vision. Then when Jix looks at the board, a message is written on it. "When you wake up, don't panic and stay here. Everything will probably be solved before dawn, so stay calm, block the entrance, and don't provoke the spirits. Think of your safety at all costs. Don't act rashly." And after reading that message, Jix is thinking, someone protected Elka. This, despite being wounded himself, didn't even care for his body, and went so far as to protect Elka. This belongs to ED ROTHTAYLOR. But why on earth? Then ED ROTHTAYLOR is saying, seriously, I was so close. 3 hours ago, many books were falling on Elka, and the box was also about to fall. But ED ROTHTAYLOR had saved Elka, and he was thinking, thankfully I'd done a little bit of strength training on a regular basis. The episode's progressing faster than I expected. Judging by the summoning, it's the start of the Glasskin showdown. I'm sure Taylor will take care of it. I shouldn't even be looking at a place like that, which is full of the storyline's key characters, because I can't let the future change. Even so, time is gold and I can't afford to sit idly. In a little while, the berserk low-ranked spirits will come, so warning. I should block the entrance so the berserk spirits don't come in and use this chance even the slightest bit to perfect my shelter. Now I'm going to eat the beef jerky I brought and do research all night. Wait a minute. What makes Janika's power so special? Her strong command of spirit understanding and spirit connection. These two stats grow through contact with spirits. Since meeting spirits itself is a domain of her talent, for me, who can't even see spirits, raising my spirit stats is close to impossible. But Janika is shooting materialized spirits, this sweet das event. Thanks for the meal. The speed was insane. Fire magic ignition, level 12. Spirit magic spirit connection, level 7. Spirit magic spirit understanding, level 7. Ignition, level 12. Even my spirit magic has already risen to level 7. I was so close, just one more level. Had I reached a sum of 15 levels for spirit connection and spirit understanding, a spirit contract would be possible too, right? Well, I pushed myself to the limits though. Any more, and it would have been really dangerous. Then Jix leaves, carrying Elka on his shoulder, and he says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "What were you doing here?" And hearing this, Ed ROTHTAYLOR's thinking, what was I doing here? I guess he couldn't turn a blind eye to me after seeing me rest here with all my bruises. Well, I don't really need to lie for an answer. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR tells Jix, I was training here. And hearing this, Jix is thinking, haha, geez, training. Only the most naive of humans would believe that. Then Jix further says, I see. I feel like I finally understand the kind of human you are. So that's the kind of person you've always been. I truly, truly owe you a big one, Senior Ed. When the time comes, I'll repay this debt to you at any cost. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, I'll curse. Definitely. Jix's lover, she was barely important enough to make an appearance in the setting, so I completely forgot about it. But this guy is Taylor's mate who trusted him from the beginning to the end of the storyline. This guy is extremely important. So, looking at this situation, you left the student center and came running here, didn't you? If you've already confirmed Elka's safety, go and do what you're supposed to do. Get back to the student center. You don't belong here. Go and help Taylor. If you do what he says, things will work out. And Jix says, do you mean Taylor MacLaw? Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, that's right, that guy who's always barely avoiding failures. And Jix says, I don't know why he thinks so highly of Taylor. You have never even talked to him. Rather than regarding him highly, it's an issue of compatibility, especially since the shell of the high-rank spirit Tarkan can only be harmed by that guy's elemental slash. In Act 1, Scene 9, Taylor learns one of his key moves, elemental slash, to win this episode. That skill is necessary. If I make Taylor use that skill, he can win. Thank you for the advice. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, you don't have time for this, so move quickly. I'll be resting here for a bit. Then Jix starts leaving with Elka, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR is sitting at that place, and he is thinking, I've even given him a huge piece of advice. So it should unfold as per the original story, right? Wait a minute. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR remembers what Jix told him. Do you mean Taylor MacLaw? You have never even talked to him. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, why is Jix not friends with Taylor yet? Act 1, Scene 9, end of semester assessment. In a duel, Taylor suffers one-sidedly but learns elemental slash. He then cuts through Jix's magic. Jix verifies his tenacity and acknowledges Taylor. In the end, the two become friends. However, the final chapter of the first act happened a month earlier than during the original story. Episode 1, the final chapter, Glasskin Showdown. And Act 1, Scene 9 didn't even get a chance to happen, so Jix ended up not being his mate. Taylor couldn't learn elemental slash. And right now, no one in the raid team can deal any damage to Tarkan. I just didn't seem to realize it, but the whole plot is already falling apart. Then the scene shifts, and we see Student Center raid team's base. Jix has brought Elka to the Student Center, and he is apologizing to his comrades and saying, I apologize for the delay. I'll make sure to pay for my wrongdoing. And Phineas says, forget it. Even with you here, we would have lost regardless. Raid team first invasion attempt, fail. Then Claire is saying, if we want to re-invade, it'll be better to get more reinforcement. I'll join you as soon as the pain in my leg subsides. And Phineas is saying, it's okay, Claire, you should rest at the base. You can't even walk properly. Princess Phineas, if you really care about me, please rescind your order. Claire, I have a heart too, you know. And Phineas is thinking, fortunately, our retreat was successful, but Claire is out of the squad, and Plebius, the top student of the first-year combat faculty, also got injured. Is there a way? Shout out. Let's do our best to eliminate Tarkan with the people we have. And then someone says, We don't have the time to be able to go get Tarkan, and when they see people in front, they get surprised, because Ed ROTHTAYLOR has come in front of them, and he is saying, judging from the summoning ritual's progress, that thing will be complete in no time. This is the last thing I wanted to do, but I have no choice. Let's split the raid team in two. I'll take charge of one side. From now on, I'll intervene in the storyline. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying to them, let's split the raid party into two. And Plebeius is saying in fear, hey you, do you think this is a joke? And Jix says, hear him out first, Plebeius. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR tells, we must get through the fire spirit that Janica summoned, Tarkan, and deal with the spirit of darkness philosopher who has overpowered Janica. However, as you must have already seen during your fight against Tarkan, we can't deal any damage to it because of its shell. We don't necessarily need to go against Tarkan. Once one team has got Tarkan's attention, the other can enter the combat training grounds to subdue the suppressed Janica. Once you skip Tarkan, you can directly confront Janica. Hearing Ed ROTHTAYLOR's words, Lortel says, no way! This one's nothing like the Tarkan in combat practice. We only managed to retreat out of pure luck. What if the luring group fails, and Tarkan starts chasing the subduing group? Or what if things go wrong? The luring group gets wiped. In the end, you'll end up dealing with both at once. It's too big a risk. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR tells her, you can only weigh the risks when you have other options, Lortel. The most important objective in the end is to take down Janica. That way, Tarkan will be powerless too. Then Jix says, the problem is, who's going to be in the luring group? And Lortel says, isn't that just picking out people who want to commit suicide? And Taylor raises his hand and he says, I'll do it. But Ed ROTHTAYLOR tells him, no, don't act up and get back there. You're definitely going to be in the group that enters the combat training grounds. But Taylor is saying, I'm quick. I don't know how long I can run for, but if someone has to do it, it should be me. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is speaking to him, it seems you're mistaken. We're not picking out sacrificial lambs. We don't have to split exactly in half either. Plebeius and Lortel are enough with me included. We three will lure Tarkan. And hearing this, Plebeius gets nervous and says, why me? I don't want to die. And Lortel says, I must respectfully decline. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, believe me, there's a way. The way to bind Tarkan's feet is two. And Plebeius is very scared and he is saying, fight Tarkan with Ed ROTHTAYLOR? I'd rather die. And Lortel says, but how? And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, we don't have much time. Then Fenia says, I don't see anything wrong with what you're saying. I still don't understand your intentions, but, Sai, this is my order. As Fenia Elias Clowell, the third princess of the Clowell Empire, will divide the raid party into two groups. Taylor, Jix, Elvira, Hala, and I will be part of the group that subdues Janica. Plebeius, Lortel, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR will be part of the group that lures Janica. Lastly, I'm going to make this really short because we're running out of time. Just in case, do not die at any cost. Then they all leave to battle. After this, the scene shifts and we see Nail Hall Corridor. And Lortel is saying, how are you going to stall for time with that fire lizard as your opponent? And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, just do what I tell you to. If things go according to plan, we'll definitely win. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Plebeius, don't worry, Plebeius Kellius, the gloomy. He is very fearful and lacks confidence in contrast to his skills, but he's the top student among the freshmen of the combat faculty because you'll be able to do it. And Plebeius is thinking, this brat's full of confidence. Does he have a way after all? Behind that door of the combat training grounds, Janica Failover. We just have to lure Tarkan, right? I was convinced by the princess's firm attitude and came all the way here, but since I'm not alone, I might even be able to muster some courage. But as soon as he goes ahead, he becomes very nervous, and he tells Ed ROTHTAYLOR and Lortel, it's coming. It's the start of the battle now. How do I lure him? And when he looks back, he knows that both of them have disappeared. And seeing this, he doesn't know what to say. And there's a Tarkan behind him, due to which Plebeius is very nervous, and he shouts, you tricked me. Why on earth are you doing this to me? Oh, crazy bastards, come on out. I hate you, I hate this world. Then we see Lortel, and she's remembering what Ed ROTHTAYLOR told her. Get out of here. Now that we've driven Plebius into the nail hall's corridor, it's done. He might even be able to do it. And Lortel says, so in the end, you're going to sacrifice Plebius. It's not a bad idea, but you won't be able to evade moral criticism. And ED ROTHTAYLOR says, first of all, it's not sacrifice. That guy, despite how he looks, is a top student and he's very resilient. Also, the most important role will be yours, Lortel. Then, outside Nail Hall, outside the combat training grounds, because you're in charge of securing the entry path for the subduing group and landing a critical hit on Tarkin. Well, I don't think you should jump to conclusions about him just after listening to rumors. And ED ROTHTAYLOR says, I'm sure everyone will hesitate and doubt themselves, but you're good at this stuff. Just blow it up, see? And Lortel has a dangerous ice attack, due to which a huge explosion occurs at that place. And seeing that explosion, everyone becomes very surprised and people say, what are you doing? And Lortel says, got to go in at the same time. She is thinking, come to think of it, during the joint combat training, I blew up Nail Hall's ceiling with forbidden intermediate rank magic. So that's why he left this to me, huh? You're an amusing guy, ED ROTHTAYLOR. Anyway, the entry path is all set. Now what's left is... Then we see Plebius, who is running away from Tarkin, shouting, Lortel! Ed! I will kill you! I'm not going to let this lie. And Lortel is saying, even if the plan is successful, and the raid party makes it inside without encountering Tarkin, Plebius and I will still have to deal with Tarkin, since it will run around. Going against Tarkin in the student plaza means there's no escape. You want him to die. He can't run away. The only way is to apprehend it. Because of its shell, no attacks would work anyway. Didn't you see during practice? I already lost to him once. Not to mention, not a single raid party member could even lay a scratch on him. We can use this to deal with its shell. Just get ready by gathering mana. What's that? Lortel was right. Without elemental slash, there's no one in the raid party who can break through Tarkin's shell. And Lortel attacks Tarkin, and ED ROTHTAYLOR comes running forward and he is saying, what we need is overwhelming firepower. And we see that Lucy is sleeping in front of ED ROTHTAYLOR, and ED ROTHTAYLOR is saying, there are very few people who attempt to clear all of the additional achievement conditions, but I've done this countless times. Then ED ROTHTAYLOR lifts Lucy on his shoulders, and he's wondering, how the hell is she napping in the middle of all this? Also, how is this a damn nap? Lucy had nowhere to sleep because the shelter had been destroyed, so she went to them, moved up where she usually naps. To be exact, she was sleeping until now because she had to be excluded from the storyline. Janica wasn't in good shape, though. Maya was irritated because of that. So Lucy runs away, uses up all her magic and falls asleep. Though it was probably a tool in the game to exclude this overpowered person from the scenario. And then Lucy's eyes open. She smells something and she's like, beef jerky. I smell beef jerky. And ED ROTHTAYLOR has taken out beef jerky. Then ED ROTHTAYLOR puts beef jerky in Lucy's mouth. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is ready to throw Lucy away and he is saying, right now she doesn't have the privilege of being picky, right? Now, the target's the flaming fire lizard. Will I get the distance right? There's no need to worry. I did this a lot in the military. And ED ROTHTAYLOR throws Lucy towards Tarkin and he is saying to everyone, everyone, get down. And Tarkin is about to attack, and Lucy is moving forward very fast and tears are falling from her eyes. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is watching all these things from a distance. And then a thunderbolt falls from the sky which hits Lucy. And there is a very bright light at that place, seeing which ED ROTHTAYLOR gets surprised. And Lortel would have created a barrier. And because of that power, ED ROTHTAYLOR starts facing problems, but he is saying, in some ways, this is the most important moment of all. Tarkin is a high-rank fire spirit with a tough shell, disallowing us to apprehend him even if we were all to rush towards him together. But after getting hit by Lucy's high-rank magic, even that tough shell is shattering. Now, even our attacks can deal damage to him. Naturally, there will be a lot of XP left behind when he's eliminated. Now that I've come all the way here, I'll take what I can as well. But the last hit is mine. Next, we're shown Janica Failover's memory. And her mother is telling Janica, I'm so proud of you, my lovely daughter, Janica. And many people are saying to Janica, I'm so proud to be your mate, Janica. You're the hope of the sophomores. Only you showcase proper skills during this joint combat exercise. Of course I can trust Janica to take care of it. Without you, my second year would have truly been the worst. We're fortunate to have at least you here, Janica. And in the present time, Janica is thinking, everyone's here, huh? Right. I should greet them with a smile, as always. And Janica says, welcome to all of them. And we see that a monster has changed. And that monster stands above the magic circle. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, the nail hall. Did they start on Janica's side? I'm sure the scenario will end by the break of dawn. Fortunately, I'm not too late either. Then ED ROTHTAYLOR asked Lortel Ketcheln, where's... And Lortel tells him she's somewhere nearby, rolling around in the corner. And ED ROTHTAYLOR says, it would have been great if she'd finished things off till the end. And Lortel says, I'm not sure if she has the energy left to do that. Whatever. Let's put an end to this ourselves. We were planning to do that as well, but I used all of my magic to propel 2 chasing ice spears at him. But he's still holding. That's one resilient son of a gun. And ED ROTHTAYLOR says, we've got to slash his throat. Your ice magic isn't a great fit for precise cuts, so I'll do it. And someone says, Senior, you're also from the Faculty of Magic. It might be better for Clebius Nortondale, who carries a blade, to do it. But will he be able to do it? As Clebius panics and tells save me and he's sorry, and ED ROTHTAYLOR says, no, I'll take responsibility and end this. So stop that monster from moving just this once. I'm betting on you with my life on the line. So do it properly, yeah? He told Lortel and she was shocked. And after listening to Ed, Lortel says, things like, I'll take responsibility so you do it, and I'm betting on you with my life on the line. It's really easy for you to say stuff like that. In reality, it's just a blind gamble. And ED ROTHTAYLOR says, it's not a gamble. I mean, the price of one's life isn't cheap at all. This is an investment. Hearing this, Lortel starts smiling and she says, investment, you say? That's my area of expertise. I like you more than that princess who's acting like a monarch, all because she's of the royal bloodline. You put your life on the line for me, so I'll put mine on the line for you too. And she charges her ice magic and she says, here I go. Then ED ROTHTAYLOR moves forward towards Tarkan. And Clebius is very tired now and he is saying, whatever, I can't do this anymore. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is saying, this guy and I are both at the end of our ropes. Despite that, he understands Clebius, who's completely frightened. And ED ROTHTAYLOR goes closer to Tarkan to attack, and he is saying, not yet. I have to get even closer. But then there's a huge noise, and a huge hand starts coming out from the sky, seeing which everyone gets surprised. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, that's Glarskin's right-hand man. That means Taylor's party must have entered the last phase, right? That means things are going well as expected, but the timing isn't good. Such a scene would catch anyone's eye. But even in the midst of such a major upheaval, Lortel doesn't make any mistakes, and she charges her magic. ED ROTHTAYLOR says, the same goes for me as well, because I've cast this spell hundreds and thousands of times, Windblade. And ED ROTHTAYLOR cuts off Tarkan's head, due to which Tarkan is killed, and ED ROTHTAYLOR starts getting notifications from the system. And the system tells, you have taken down the high-rank fire spirit. Spirit magic. Your spirit connection proficiency has increased. Spirit magic. Your spirit understanding proficiency has increased. Spirit magic. Your spirit connection proficiency has increased. Spirit magic. Your spirit understanding proficiency has increased. Spirit magic. Your spirit connection proficiency has increased. Spirit contract slot has been unlocked. You can now make a contract with a spirit. Then ED ROTHTAYLOR starts looking towards the sky and he is saying, ah, that Taylor. We see Taylor moving towards that huge hand, and Taylor attacks that hand, and because of his attack, that big hand gets cut into many pieces, and there's a huge explosion, and Taylor is falling downwards. And Taylor's voice now turns white, and ED ROTHTAYLOR is saying, he indeed is the protagonist, so it's over. After this, it's morning, and they are all sitting under a tree. And Lortel is saying, I've met a lot of people in my life saying that they're seriously risking their lives. But most of them were cowards. And ED ROTHTAYLOR says, is that so? While Lucy sleeps. And Lortel says, what's with that, Senior? We got through a life and death crisis together. You're lacking a bit too much sentiment. And she smiles at him. Let me introduce myself formally once again. I'm Lortel Ketchon. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR shakes hands with Lortel, but he realizes something, and when he looks at his hands he has 3 gold coins in his hands. And Lortel is saying, I won this time. Caught you off guard, didn't I? Now you owe me a favor. What to do now? See you again, senior. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, is she going to keep in touch? But I don't really want to get involved with her. And then Taylor comes to that place and he bows down in front of Ed ROTHTAYLOR and tells him, I'm resenting you right now. I believe you know the reason for that very well. And looking at Taylor, Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, Taylor's appearance, so his swordsman form manifested itself, it was exactly the same in the game, it looks cool. And Taylor says, despite all that, a debt is still a debt, so thank you. But we see that Clebius is saying to Taylor, Taylor, you don't need to show respect to someone like him. There's no telling when he'll backstab anyone. I almost died because of him. But we see that Fenia, Lortel, and Jix speak in support of Ed ROTHTAYLOR. And Jix says, quiet down, Clebius. And Lortel says, you sure have a lot to say, Clebius. And Princess Fenia says, Clebius, shut up. Ed ROTHTAYLOR, you did a lot for us this time. I can recommend you to the student council. But Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, no need. Lucy Marrell was the biggest contributor in taking down Tarkin. Taylor also slew Velosfer and Glaskin, so please focus on that. Then Elvira says, oh my, you're tossing the credit away. It's no secret that Lucy and Taylor did a great job. We're talking about things besides that. Or are you embarrassed? But Jix comes in front of that girl and he says to her, he's a senior. Show respect, Elvira. But that girl says, why do you keep siding with him? And Jix says, show him respect. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is listening to all of them, and he has a lovely smile on his face, and he's thinking, I've been keeping my distance from the main characters to not affect the original storyline. However, now that I get to look at all of them at once, I can't help but feel warm and fuzzy. After all, I've watched them play their part in this world and solve their own problems time and time again. Taylor, who grows stronger with each trial, and Isla Triss, who grew stronger with Taylor. Fenia, who embraces her destiny as a monarch and slowly becomes an adult. Jix, who finds his own path in the midst of civilization. Clebius, who goes on to become sure about himself. And Elvira, who realizes that life isn't all about fun and excitement. Lortel, who spends her life buried in gold coins, cross-examines her life. All of them were main characters who had their own role to play, and at the end was the trophy named Success. It's because I knew that I turned away. Then he starts going inside that broken school. He removes a stone on his path, and as he goes further there is a box in front of him. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR goes ahead and opens that box, and he is saying, because no matter how I thought about it, something felt off. I had to come here to shine light on the success of the protagonist. Someone had to stay backstage. As he opens the box, Janica is smiling from inside that box. This part begins, and we see Janica, who is sitting inside the box and smiling and laughing. Ed ROTHTAYLOR starts remembering some things that he had said to Lortel. He said, come to think of it, why did Janica go berserk? And Lortel had said, I think I have an idea. I once happened to see Janica's room, you see. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, each and everything in there was a beautiful symbol of sincerity and gratitude. But there wasn't even any space to open a book on that huge desk. The posts that were pasted on her wall weighed down her shoulders like rocks. The solution to it all was way too simple. She simply had to take off the posts on the wall and keep the countless gifts on her desk in some corner of her room. But Janica's misery came from her inability to do that. Like a main character in a fairy tale, she was obsessed with the fact that she had to honor all the goodwill and sincerity she received from the world with the most diligence. There's no need to explain how reckless that was. The Velosfer exploited that darkness. Janica going berserk was to be expected. However, why did it happen a month earlier than it was supposed to? Joint combat training. Originally the hero of that scenario was Taylor, but since Lucy sent him flying in one blow, all the students became Janica's fans. Marilda and Lucy's contract was the reason Taylor got blown away in one attack. Lucy was able to form that contract because she frequently visited the forest in the north, since it contained the perfect place to nap. And the person who built that perfect place for napping was a certain character who was supposed to have left when the first act started. Then Janica laughingly says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "I think I get why Lucy naps here. It's so cozy. I didn't expect you to find me so easily, though. I think the others forgot about me amidst the whole chaos. Kinda hurts. After wreaking havoc on such a magnificent stage for everyone to see, I'm in the back seat now. That's it, all over. I thought they'd look for me saying, 'Where's Janica?' Says the person who was hiding so one would find her. I can't really argue with that. I didn't expect you to find me right away. I wanted to just stay inside there a bit more." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR asked Janica, "Why so?" Janica says, "Because I'm about to ugly cry right now." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR doesn't know what to say after listening to Janica. Then he begins to remember what the spirit wolf told him. He said, "It's asking you to make sure you save Janica one day." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR starts remembering that wolf's message. It feels as though he asked me to save Janica from falling into a situation like this one. But that can't be. I'm the only one who knows the future. He must have thought that while everyone gave Janica attention and pressure, in fact be someone Janica can rely on in the end. Janica failed. She tried forming a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but her haste during the summoning ritual made her fall prey to the spirit of darkness, destroying the faculty building in the process. She studied and trained in magic till late at night every day. She always smiled at her family, friends, and teachers who genuinely cheered her on. But while seemingly living up to everyone's expectations, she must have had a really hard time in private. Since that process itself was so beautiful, paradoxically enough, the failure itself was also beautiful. I can't tell how comforting these words would be to her. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Janica, "Hey Janica, you've worked hard." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, atop the stage, the parade of the proud main characters takes place and applauses of praise come rolling in. On the other hand, behind the stage, it's dark and quiet. The first act's villain exits the stage right as the main characters move forward, and then tears start falling from Janica's eyes. She starts crying, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "I've witnessed the completion of the first act countless times, but it is only now." And as soon as Ed ROTHTAYLOR looks up, he gets very surprised because many spirits start coming around Janica. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR looks at them and says, "I couldn't see them before. That I feel like I've properly seen it to the end." Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR starts getting notifications through the system. Spirit magic, spirit connection level 10. Spirit magic, spirit understanding level 10. Low rank fire spirit Elgo is interested in you. Low rank wind spirit Driss is interested in you. Higher rank wind spirit Marilda is showing extreme interest in you. After this, 10 days have passed since the end of Janica's disciplinary committee trial. Janica acknowledged all her mistakes and testified that she would willingly accept her punishment. However, during the first trial, all of Janica's professors and friends expressed their most support. During the second trial, Princess Fenia said that she wouldn't be trialed for attempted murder of royalty. She testified that Janica, overpowered by Velocifer, didn't do that intentionally. Lortel came forward to address the loss incurred. The Merchant Association completely compensated the funds for restoration without asking for anything in return, though they did add a conditional clause in the contract to reduce the custom fees on the school supplies that they distribute to half. In any case, the outcome of all this was the removal of any benefits given to yearly top students, the taking back of all prizes and decorations of glory, and disqualification from entering the Ophilus Hall from next semester. Probation for 10 days, suspension for 20 days. It felt like they just shot a heart-touching montage in a coming-of-age drama. After this, two girls are talking, and one of the girls says, "But Janica's shoulders seem droopier than usual. She must be under a lot of stress." "In that case, we got to step up, huh? And those people are having a tea party together, and the girl is saying, 'Don't even hint at the glass skin incident. Don't do anything that might bother her. Don't you ever ask her about how she feels and stuff. Make sure you keep the conversation strictly about personal affairs. That's it for the simulation. Are you ready, Anis?' And Anis says, 'Yeah, Clara. Now come on, Janica.' And Janica says to both of them, Liking and loving someone, why do you think there's such a difference between the two? Both of them are surprised to hear Janika's words, and they say, why would you suddenly mention something like that? So Janika says, this is about her mate. That mate had a dream, you see. Then Janika starts thinking with a crown of flowers, and she is sitting in one place, and she is very happy wearing a white dress. And then someone calls her name, and when she looks back, she sees that ED ROTHTAYLOR has come arriving on a horse, and he is looking at her with great love. Then Janika goes to him and makes ED ROTHTAYLOR wear the flower crown, and tells him, I've prepared this for you, ED ROTHTAYLOR. And they both have a lot of fun together running in the field of flowers in the forest, while they held each other's hands, smiling to their joy. Janika is thinking about all this, and she is saying to both those girls that same dream over and over. And my mates, I mean. And after listening to Janika's words, both of them get very surprised, and both of them are thinking, Janika, you were on probation for 10 days. You couldn't even meet any of your mates. And Janika's mate says, I see. What else did that mate say? Then she starts running away from this place, and she is saying, she said she'd be in her room, blankly staring somewhere, and suddenly that person's face comes to her mind. Oh my, silly me. I was supposed to help the assistant professor. Bye now. And her other mate is trying to stop her, and Janika is lost in her thoughts. And then Janika says bye to him, and her other mate Clara is thinking, I need to approach this slowly and carefully to avoid hurting Janika's extremely delicate heart. If things go wrong, the whole student body will find out. As she looks very nervous and frightened. The love story of Janika. I can't believe this. Then she says to Janika, shouldn't you think of this simply without much complication? Whether you like or hate someone is kind of a mystery, don't you think? Isn't it better for you to just be honest about your emotions right now? I mean, for your mate. Then Janika says, you're right. I think you hit the nail on the head. As expected of you, Clara. And the girl says, also from now on, try to be careful when you're talking about such sensitive topics. It won't be great for you or your mate's reputation. And hearing this, Janika says, oh, you're right, Clara. This could have been bad. And Clara thinks to herself that she prevented the rumors for now. Janika says, thanks for giving me genuine advice. I got to get back to the Ophelis Hall now to report my suspension. And Clara says, yeah, I'll be there for a bit. I have to sort out my thoughts. Then she says goodbye to Janika, and when Janika left, Clara bumps her head on the table saying, she did it. Anis after this we see ED ROTHTAYLOR, who is thinking, before this, I relentlessly saved money, but thanks to Princess Fenia's petition, fees have been waived from next semester's fees. And with the gold coins I got, I bought a few tools. And as he goes ahead, he sees Janika, and looking at her, he is thinking, I avoided her all this time. But now that the first act where Janika was the main character is over. Then ED ROTHTAYLOR says to Janika, hello, Janika. I guess your probation is over now, huh? And ED ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, it'd be good if I take the first step and say hello. Right, but as soon as Janika sees ED ROTHTAYLOR, she gets scared and hides behind a tree. And she is thinking, be honest about your feelings. But Janika starts running away from that place, and she is saying, I have stuff to do at the Ophelis Hall, so I'll see you later. Bye. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, for Janika, the difficulty level was too high. And ED ROTHTAYLOR, who made the kind Janika be truthful, was kind of amazing in a way. Right, let's not be too clingy. I'm about to be busy too, after all. Finally, it's time to make the hut. Day 1, ED ROTHTAYLOR chose the location to build the hut. ED ROTHTAYLOR chose a wide area under the shade that didn't stand out too much and started working peacefully. Day 3, ED ROTHTAYLOR started gathering wood. ED ROTHTAYLOR had become quite proficient at wind blades, so that went smoothly. Day 6, ED ROTHTAYLOR paused gathering wood for the time being. Since the semester end results were out, I got pretty high scores for my practicals, and my results for the theory exams were higher than the average freshman. Special incidents. Janika continued to ignore me. Janika's mates Clara and Anis looked at me as if to say that I shouldn't dare to show my face. I don't plan to either. Day 18, the lumber work is almost complete. I wonder if there was ever someone who became this proficient at windblade. Day 20, vacation started. Now I could put all my time into building the hut. Special incident. I went to check the trap I set earlier, only to find Lucy caught there sleeping peacefully. I should stop using beef jerky as the bait. Day 27. Senior maid Belle, Maya, came to give me some herbs and mushrooms. She asked me how things were going with Janica. When I said she might hate me now, she tilted her head. Day 30. With one pillar as the center, the outer lumber walls collapsed. I realized that simply making and fitting joints properly wasn't enough to make it stable. This feels like crap. I ran into Janica's group again at the bakery. Janica just flat out ran away the moment our eyes met. And Clara and Anis get mad and tell Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Don't tell me it's..." Day 37. Jix came to help me. "As you said, Taylor seems like a pretty good guy." Ed ROTHTAYLOR said, "Does he?" In his mind he thinks, "Great, it's going as per the original storyline." Jix asked, "Are we going to hammer nails all over this side as well?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR replied, "No, leave that side, that's for the chimney." Day 45. A dagger on the floor, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR sits on the floor. He said, "Neither the flooring nor the walls are attacked. There's not a single piece of furniture either. It was just a hut made of crude logs of wood. But there are outer walls and a ceiling too. If I shut the door completely, insects can't get in. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is very happy because he has built his own house, and then he gets a notification from the system. New complete creation, log hut. Made by stacking logs trimmed to a standard style by stacking them on pillars and crossbeams. It only has walls and a ceiling, but there is nothing inside. Crafting difficulty 4 stars. Your creation is complete. Your proficiency in creation has increased, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR is sitting in his house saying, "I have a home now," and Janica is secretly looking at Ed ROTHTAYLOR, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "I'm done with the walls, flooring, and the fireplace. It'd be good to put up a fence as well, and storage for the firewood and a few other stuff would be great too." And then Ed ROTHTAYLOR hears the sound of something falling on the roof of his house. Then when he came out of the house and looked at his roof, he came to know that Lucy was sleeping on top of his roof. And seeing her, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "This isn't a damn nap tower." And then Janica calls Ed ROTHTAYLOR and says hi to him. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is a little surprised to see Janica. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR asks Janica, "How come you're all the way out here?" Then we are shown the scene of some time ago when Belle Maya is combing Janica's hair, and she is saying to Janica, "While I was in the forest last time, I went to young Master Ed ROTHTAYLOR's campsite, and I found the sight there truly shocking." And Janica says, "And you mean the hut?" Then Belle Maya asks, "How do you know?" So Janica says, "I saw it while I was passing by." And Belle Maya says, "I see. Anyhow, he said he built it himself, but it was way more remarkable and well built than I expected. I was quite taken aback. After all, I didn't know he was talented at such things. I also wanted to look in there, roam around to take a look, see how firm it is." Belle Maya says, "I see. So you're curious about stuff like that too, huh?" Belle Maya further says, "Of course I'm human too. Anyone who saw a hut like that in their way would be curious about who built it, how they did it, and how it is from the inside, wouldn't they? It's an extremely expected and natural phenomenon, I tell you. Expected and natural." And Janica is saying to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "I was walking by after seeing Marilda and I saw the hut. So I dropped by. I mean, anyone who saw a hut like this would be curious about who built it and how it is from the inside, wouldn't they?" As she pointed at the hut, she added, "Isn't it? It's to be expected. It's only natural, isn't it?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "I guess." Then Janica says, "It's a great hut, Ed ROTHTAYLOR." So Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "I only built it recently, but didn't the spirits tell you?" And Janica says, "I mean, they told me a little bit more. Like what they say passing by, just mentioning it like, there's also the hut, and nothing much." Janica dreams about Ed ROTHTAYLOR, and you can see his fine muscles when he has his top off. His arm muscles were a bit thicker. The fine veins near his collarbone compared to the back of his hand are just a little bit. Janica, just like a newscaster with her daily report, then said, "I don't talk a lot with the spirits, you see. I don't really know how exactly you live, you see." And Janica's nose is bleeding. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR asked Janica, "Wanna come and take a look? It's just a log hut." And Janica is a little surprised to hear Ed ROTHTAYLOR's words. Then she says yes to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, and she starts seeing Ed ROTHTAYLOR's house and starts praising it. After this, both of them are sitting outside the house with a fire lit, and Janica is saying to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "I owe others a big one this time. Princess Sylvania and Lortel did so much. Some of my mates even said they'd let me borrow money for their tuition. How will I ever pay them back?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR starts looking at Janica, then tells her, "If you can't, just don't. Isn't it a generalization to think you've got to pay back what you owe?" And Janica gets surprised after hearing this, and she says, "I've never thought of it that way." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, right, that's the kind of person Janica is. She can't understand that the incident happened because the weight of all that sincerity of others pressed her down, despite there being so many supporting her with tuition fees, or rather investing in her. She resolved to move from the Office Hall with state-of-the-art facilities to the outdated Dex Hall, all because she wanted to owe less to others, even if a little bit. In Office Hall, there's one room for every student, but in Dex Hall, there's 8 or more students in a single room. Spending the whole day being looked at with envy would be like being chained in a prison for Janica. In the end, it won't solve any of her underlying issues. The vicious cycle still hasn't ended. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Janica, "If you ever want to be secluded, you can drop by any time, I don't mind." And listening to Ed ROTHTAYLOR's words, a smile appears on Janica's face. And she says, "Yeah, that makes me really happy. Hey, Ed ROTHTAYLOR, if you ever feel overwhelmed or can't handle something alone, I hope you make sure to tell me when that happens. I'll help you at all costs." And after listening to Janica's words, a smile appears on Ed ROTHTAYLOR's face, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "Overwhelmed, you say?" And both of them start looking towards the sky. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "The second semester is approaching soon. That's about the time of the start of Act 2, Sage's Sealed Grimoire. The great sage Sylvania made records of a spectral magic in this book. A spectral magic is a high-difficulty level magical branch that's known to alter the very principles of nature. This little worn-out book will cause a storm." Lortel looks into the book and is saying, "As I thought, it smells of money after all." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "That will devour the entire academy regardless." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Janica, "Thanks for saying that, but that won't happen." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, "That won't happen, at least not to me. You're going to have a hard time, Taylor. It has nothing to do with me, but it'll be serious. Be hard as hell. I'm cheering for you, man." After this, the scene shifts. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Episode 2, Office Hall's Occupation 2 to 3. Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "The honor students at Office Hall are almost guaranteed a life like nobles. First choice of seating in the class. Guaranteed freedom during mealtime. Special maids and tons of other convenient perks at a whole another level. This is where the problem arises. There was heavy rain to the southwest side of the Valori area around the time of returning to school after vacation. As per the academy, only the Office Hall students were provided horse carriages and boats to return to school. If they couldn't return on time, they were given the perk of relaxing for a few days. The Dex Hall's inferior students who trudged along and returned even through the whole downpour, but failed to do so in time, feared deduction of points, and felt frustrated. Eventually, the pent-up feelings exploded in front of the Office Hall. All of this played out. Proposition relating to the commute of the Office Hall students, and Lortel is saying, "Rain's coming down really hard, just as I thought." Within the hands of a merchant, the merchant got in touch with the rep of the inferior students in advance, and that guy only cared about screwing over the academy and Office Hall. Discontentment was already through the roof. The only thing they needed was a common justification for the inferior and regular students. Willane, who was adept at provoking and manipulating others with his words, would pull the trigger for the rest. The justification was already set. Clear discriminatory treatment against regular students who had to return to school no matter what through the downpour. A proposal suggesting a proactive change in the deadline to return to school, supported by acknowledging the exceptional treatment Office Hall students received. Office Halls had made a part of the Academy's Administration Review Division already on Lortel's side. They will fervently support Lortel's proposal at this point. It didn't matter whether the Academy actually accepts the proposal or not. Just the thought of discussing this as a solution will be sufficient to infuriate the inferior students. They'll amplify the entire controversy into the largest, most vocal issue. Ophelis Hall is adorned with art pieces donated by noble and affluent families, and even the walls, carpets, and hardwood furniture were crafted by artisans. The more damage to assets, the better. While they were at it, it would be best if they completely destroyed part of Ophelis Hall. The more they run amok, the more of a critical hit it will be to the finances of the Academy. That's already in a predicament due to the Glasskin incident. And as the negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire were currently underway, it granted the Elite Merchant Association a distinct advantage. The Sage's sealed grimoire is like the heart of Sylvania. Yet people are willing to offer even their own hearts in times of desperation. I wonder when the rain will stop. There isn't a single ray of light in this gloomy sky. It's like the sky I saw in the slums wearing those shabby rags. I can't help but mock myself for feeling relieved. This unbelievably romantic land of learning has way too many lights. The image of me living in utter darkness, covered completely in dirt, is way more vivid to me. The traces of conspiracy on top of my desk are the proof to that. The traces of a person who has lived a life never showing the slightest sincerity and always betraying and suspecting others while desperately struggling to survive. This is what I turned into. But that doesn't change the essence of my filthy self, so I frantically look for my own kind. Even in Sylvania, where full of bright and radiating people reside, there must be someone among them who would acknowledge the disgusting life of a gutter rat covered in filth. The endless lookout for my kind never stops, despite the vain hope in my heart. How lonely, because one's true self never changes to make it through the miserable reality. Lortel always took the same stance. Lortel was the dark curtain that covered the gloomy reality behind the stage at all times. The audience called her the Black Veil. Then the students are shouting and saying, "We can't take this treatment anymore. This is the land of learning. At least guarantee us equality in grades." In the original storyline, the Ophelis Hall occupation incident is a story of how the main character stops the inferior students who were provoked against Lortel. There are middle bosses from 1st to 5th floor of Ophelis Hall who interrupt the main character and help the inferior. Since the middle boss of this floor, Tote the decoy, was mocked by Taylor calling him a loser and got beaten up by Taylor's mates. So he held a grudge against them and was bought off by Lortel. His role was to overpower the rookie maid protecting the 1st floor, open Ophelis Hall's door and let the students in. Then ED ROTHTAYLOR breaks the door and comes out, and everyone is surprised to see him. And someone says, "Ophelis Hall's doors are open. Let's go in. Subpar treatment. We're not asking for a lot, just the subpar decent treatment. Let's make our voices heard. The maintenance office is on the 4th floor. Let's take over that floor and make an announcement. Once the students get to the 1st floor, the Act 2, Phase 1 middle boss Tote plays a certain role. The role of stopping the main character and his mates who would come after them." Then the man says, "So you're the one Lortel bought off?" "That's right. Originally this role was supposed to be Tote's." ED ROTHTAYLOR says, "So why the hell did I become a middle boss?" And we see ED ROTHTAYLOR, who is drenched, and he is saying, "I became the middle boss of Act 2. To explain why this happened, I must rewind the events from 2 days ago, outbreak of the Ophelis Hall incident. And the system tells ED ROTHTAYLOR's combat abilities, details rank novice fighter, specialty bow, proficiency level 6, vital point fire level 3, speedy fire level 2, retreat fire level 1, sense of rim level 2, expanded field of vision level 1. And ED ROTHTAYLOR further says, "I'm feeling it afresh once again. ED ROTHTAYLOR really has zero talent when it comes to combat skills. I'm forcing myself to use the bow every time I hunt the whole semester, and the vacation is over. Yet still my bow proficiency is totally pathetic. More importantly, recently in the camp, more and more frequently, Bellmeyer walks in the woods near his camp." ED ROTHTAYLOR continues saying, "I keep getting visitors. Jix jogs near his camp. How do I put this into words?" While a person looks at him from behind, ED ROTHTAYLOR says, "I feel like the fact that I'm living in the woods to the north is something a lot of people are becoming aware of." Anyhow, among the frequent visitors, 3 of them are worth mentioning. Visitor A is an extraordinary genius mage, and she usually visits me at random times. And Lucy says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Oh, there is a door now. Let's make the back door as well. Are you going to make a chimney too?" But Ed ROTHTAYLOR throws Lucy out of his house, but Lucy again says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Why don't you have a glass window? It won't break down, will it? We can't be using magic nearby. How about making a window through the roof too?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "Visitor A..." Jeez, things just don't go your way when it comes to her. As for Visitor B, I was actually happy to hear her over. Then Janica comes to Ed ROTHTAYLOR with an egg for him. And she says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "I brought eggs. Belle said you'd like it if I gave you these." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR tells she's the 2nd year's top student and quite the spirit sorcerer. Then Janica is washing Ed ROTHTAYLOR's clothes while she presses onto the clothes with her perfect smooth feet, and she is telling Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "If you add boiled salted water and step on it like this, they'll whiten up." Fascinating, right? This is what my parents did whenever clothes got too dirty at our farm. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is telling, despite her frequent visits, I just welcomed her without any discomfort. She would come almost daily, babbling with spirits, helping me with tasks. My gratitude towards her knew no end. As Janica dries Ed ROTHTAYLOR's clothes like a true wife material, Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Janica, "Janica, you're the best. How do you know all that?" But Janica turns her face away from Ed ROTHTAYLOR. And seeing this, Ed ROTHTAYLOR gets surprised and is thinking, "What's wrong with her? I just complimented her." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is telling, "She seemed really easy to read." And she asked with a killing intent, "How often does Lucy come here?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR continues his story, though sometimes something seems off about her. Anyhow, she's my visitor B. The reason I decided to explain this visitor C, the one that the world calls the Golden Daughter. And we see Lortel, who is saying, "Oh my, Ed, looks like you're busy." Visitor C is Lortel Ketcheln, the one that the world calls the Golden Daughter. She said, "I was waiting for you, with her as a beautiful maid." She needed Ed ROTHTAYLOR's help. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is telling, Lortel is the Black Veil of Act 2. She's probably trying to gather people who will be of use to her in occupying Ophalis Hall. But this time I don't want to get entangled in this. I'm just going to reject any offers. As long as I don't butt in, everything will go according to the scenario. And when Ed ROTHTAYLOR is passing by Lortel, Lortel says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Ha! I wasn't going to ask you this favour at first either, you see. If only Tote hadn't passed out." And as soon as Ed ROTHTAYLOR hears this, he starts saying to Lortel, "What? Why did he faint? Tell me what happened." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is telling, "Why isn't it going per the scenario?" Right. Originally Tote picked a fight with Taylor, and Tote is saying, "Ha ha, what a joke. This flunker took down Glaskin as if the whole student body saw you getting knocked out by Lucy in one blow." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is telling he's supposed to get beaten just enough by Taylor, but what he said next. And Tote says, "You're worse than that insect, Ed ROTHTAYLOR." And as soon as Tote says this, Jix hits him with a strong punch, due to which he falls away. And Jix is very angry over Tote. And Lortel is saying, "I don't know if it was because of Taylor or you. Alvara said it was her first time seeing Jix so angry. I just can't trust emotional people. I don't have anything too hard for you to do. Take this key from Alice, enter Ophalis Hall, and when the inferior students flock there, you just need to open the door. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people besides me who can do that. Well, regardless of how much money they get, there's no guarantee they won't rat me out to the Academy's inner investigators. If they say, Lortel is the one behind all this, what will become of me? I can't trust just anyone." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, "So she came to me because of my crap reputation." And Lortel says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "At that, you were kicked out of Ophalis Hall, weren't you? Don't you want to screw the Academy over in return?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Lortel, "I don't really want to do that. Still, how about you listen to my conditions?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, I just need to play my part in moderation before this story gets any more distorted. I'm just going to set everything back where it belongs. Lortel offers 20 gold coins, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR deals with Lortel with them shaking hands on it. Outbreak of the Offalis Hall incident. D-1. Offalis Hall's occupation started before the fight over the sage's sealed grimoire started. Lortel's ploy to drive the Academy's finances into complete madness, so it's like a liking episode for the storyline. Lortel succeeds with this conspiracy and forms the merchantry profitable group in the Academy, thus creating a structure that rivals Princess Fenia's Student Association. The idealist Student Association, the realistic merchantry, what matters is who Taylor will choose, since that side will become the winner. Ed ROTHTAYLOR just needs to remain a spectator and then join the group that seems like they'll win. I mean, I gotta survive too. Then Janica comes to Ed ROTHTAYLOR drenched in water, showing off her smooth legs as she squeezes the water out of her skirt and says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Whoa, I gotta get back to the dorms." I thought the rain would stop today. Then both of them light a fire and sit, and Janica is saying, "Ed ROTHTAYLOR, you're really amazing. I can come and go as I please as if on a camping trip, but you need to stay here, even on rainy days like today." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "It gets better with time. Come to think of it, it's about time I move out from Offalis Hall now." And Janica says, "Yeah, I guess since the vacation is almost over, I need to throw out a lot of the little stuff. Dex Hall was way smaller than I imagined. Speaking of which, if you need anything, tell me, Ed ROTHTAYLOR. I mean, there's a lot you need here, right? I have extra pillows, cushions, clocks, and lanterns too. Apart from that, I have plenty of daily necessities and supplies too. I feel like it's a waste to throw it all away. And it's a lot of work too, you know. Though I can't really bring furniture with me because all of those belong to Offalis Hall." Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "I'd love that, Janica." Janica says with excitement as she puts her hands up, "Great, I'll leave when the semester starts, so I'll bring that stuff. Then about Lucy, does she do that often?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "Sometimes," and he tells himself, Lucy's extraordinary strong powers didn't come free of cost for her. She lived her life running away, using her laziness as an excuse. She has been turning her eyes away from her promised fate for so many years already. No matter how many screws she had loose, she couldn't help but reflect on her life on rainy days like this one. That's how she is when it rains. Don't mind her too much. I tend to just not pay any attention to her, and Janica says, "I see, so you're indifferent towards Lucy, huh?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Janica, "By the way, Janica," and Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, come to think of it, she's still inside Offalis Hall. When Offalis Hall gets occupied, protection rounds will activate on a large scale and lock all students inside their rooms. Janica would not have trouble escaping from there on her own, but... And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Janica, "I have a favour to ask of you. Tomorrow around 9 p.m, could you come out to the rose garden in front of Offalis Hall? I'll tell you the reason tomorrow," and as soon as Janica hears this, she gets extremely shocked and starts blushing. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, I can't really come up with the words to explain it to her right now. I should just get her out of there in case something unexpected happens. Someplace not too far away where she can avoid the rain. And Janica agrees to it, but she starts leaving this place feeling shy. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is surprised to see this, and he is not able to understand anything. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR takes a sigh of relief and says, "Around the start of the semester, the rain will stop too. I can finally enjoy the bright, sunny sky that day after a long time. After that, even these woods will give off the typical full scent. The long vacation is also ending." Now, outbreak of the Offalis Hall incident, D0, 9 p.m, and Jix is saying, "Phew, my execution is lacking. I should also avoid reacting emotionally as much as possible. I didn't expect Elka to get that angry." Then Jix stands straight and he starts looking through the window. Then he sees that someone is coming running, and when Jix looks carefully, it is Ed ROTHTAYLOR. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to a maid, "What about the other maids?" So the maid says, "Other than the essential personnel, most of them are in the meeting room." The chief maid asks them to assemble to discuss an important agenda. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, so they're planning to block the entrance after gathering there. The person command has been bought off, so things are working out quickly. And the maid adds, "I've also prepared the goods that were asked for in advance." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR thanks the maid. Then he says, "I'll just keep it in the corner." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, the preparations are all done. Offalis Hall's occupation, here it goes. And we see that many students gather at this place and they are saying, "We can't take this treatment anymore. This is the land of learning. At least guarantee us equality in grades." Answer to our pleas, as Willain, representative of the inferior students, shouts in the rain leading the inferior students. Then all the students start moving towards the door, and as soon as the door opens, all the students are surprised because Ed ROTHTAYLOR has opened the door and he has lifted the maid on his shoulder. Also, when Willain looks at Ed ROTHTAYLOR, he says, "Thanks. So you're the one Lortel bought off." Ed ROTHTAYLOR rather than Lortel. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR starts coughing and says to Willain, "I have always agreed with all the things you shout out. Of course I lived well off in Offalis Hall, but only when I was kicked out did I realize the special privileges enjoyed." And Willain says, "I am a fool. I judged you on those rumors. I didn't even know you're such a great person. You just did so much today." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Willain, "You're the one who pulled all this off. You're the one who created this mess. Quickly to the upper floor. Stop your nonsense and just go upstairs quickly." And Willain says, "Okay, I'll leave this place to you." Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, Willain is the one who will take the blame for all this. I'm sorry. Toughen up, Willain. There's not really any need to stop the maid who's running away after all. Any superiors she has to report to are inside the meeting hall. The chief maid Alice, who controls the protection ruins, is in Lortel's hands, and the protection ruins that are supposed to protect the students will end up detaining them. Everything's going as per the scenario. And the Black Veil who set this all up? Then Lortel says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Oh my, your start is way flashier than I expected. As expected of you, Ed ROTHTAYLOR. It was a good idea to leave this to you. We'll come up to the stage." Lortel says, "Even my socks are soaking wet now. This is why I hate rainy days." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "So you were watching, huh?" And Lortel says, "The Academy employees will repress them in no time once they're here, so we need to finish things before then." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "Yeah, do your best." Then Lortel says, "Ed ROTHTAYLOR, I know this is kind of out of the blue, but have you ever killed someone?" So Ed ROTHTAYLOR remained silent for some time after hearing this. Then he says to Lortel, "I haven't." And Lortel laughingly says, "Neither do I, but you see, I have done similar things because I needed to survive. To survive, I crushed other people's lives, and to avoid being betrayed, I stabbed others in the back. First, I lived my life forgiving myself for my sins, believing I didn't have a choice. But in all honesty, I was just making excuses for myself. That is how Lortel got the name Golden Daughter. She knows it better than anyone that she doesn't deserve any sympathy, so she ends up looking for it from other people. And Lortel says, "Ed, could you ever sympathize with a person like me?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is thinking, almost as if she's possessed. Loneliness finds its way to people regardless of whether they're good or evil, and to escape it, people have no choice but to look for people similar to themselves, rolling around in dirt filth. Only after they find someone who will sink to the bottom of the marsh with them, do they find a sliver of redemption. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Lortel, "You got to take responsibility for your decisions, Lortel, but of course, that person is not me." And Lortel, then she is smiling, and said to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "I said something useless that was quite unlike myself. I should go do what I'm here for. After all, there isn't much time." Then Lortel leaves, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR sits there and takes a sigh of relief. And he's thinking, now Lortel will talk to Alice about their plan going forward. Once they make the defense magic of Offalis Hall go berserk and hand over the command of the ruins to Elaine, the leader of the inferior students, the story will unfold with the current events intensifying. Then Willain, packed with the dense protection of Offalis Hall's defense spells, will transform into the fourth stage boss. This scenario is about defeating a villain who's going to lose his mind in the middle of defense ruins, endlessly going berserk. Now I just need to sit my bottom down and wait for Taylor to storm in here. Just got to do an average job to drag some time, then lose. Taylor will then go up to the second floor and handle the rest. I might take a few hits in the process of fighting others, but it's a necessary sacrifice. After this, the scene shifts, and we see Rose Garden. Then we see a horse-drawn carriage coming in heavy rain, and Janica, looking at it, says, "Why is there a horse carriage this late at night? Looks like it's someone important. Ed wouldn't know yet, right? I mean, he left after leaving me the note. Did he prepare something special? The golden horse carriage wasn't of any importance to her. Whatever happened, she wasn't going to leave the Rose Garden's pavilion. That's because for the past 3 days, she kept thinking deeply about what Ed wanted to talk to her about, and was unable to sleep at night, because despite the guilt she felt, she kept track on what Ed was up to through Marilda. She learned that it wasn't just Lucy who visited Ed's camp. Even Princess Fenia, Belle Maya, and even Lortel was seen coming out of there. The coincidence that most of them were fellow female students made it even more heartbreaking for her. That's why she was going to wait for him, no matter how long. But was this permission flower hairpin a bad choice? Cosmos would have been prettier. If I managed to hurry my way back, it might be okay. She would still wait after she returns with her new hairpin. That is, she headed for Ophelis Hall. Then we see some people, and one of them is saying, "Are you sure going in there is the right decision?" And a girl says, "Do you know how much the herbs in my room are worth? But it might be better to wait for the academy workers to handle the situation. The herbs will lose their properties if I don't use preservation magic in time. Do you know how much that little detail affects the result? Do you even get how profound that is, Taylor? Huh?" Then Taylor says to Isla, "Stop her. She's trying to barge in, and they're all alone." And Isla laughs and says, "Can't you just turn a blind eye? Elvira is the top student in the alchemy faculty. I'm sure she can protect herself. She's not the one in danger. Those poor students are. If she loses her mind, she's just going to attack them with any chemical she gets her hands on." And when Elvira starts moving forward, Isla and Taylor start stopping her. But she is saying, "Enough chit-chat. I got to get to the 4th floor, where my room is." And Isla says, "You just need to get to your room, right? If you get there, you won't be doing anything else, right?" And Elvira says, "Of course, I just need my herbs to be safe and sound. If anyone gets in my way, I'll force my way through, got it?" And Elvira breaks the door, but when she looks in front, she's very surprised because Ed ROTHTAYLOR is sitting in front of her, and all three are surprised to see Ed ROTHTAYLOR. Taylor and Ed ROTHTAYLOR are sitting very quietly. "Really?" Then Taylor asked Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "What are you doing here?" And Elvira is thinking there's footsteps of students who've already swarmed in here. The display cabinets are a mess, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR planted here with his back to the stairs. And Elvira says, "This is interesting. I didn't expect this. You're going to stop us. I'm sorry, but you can't go in there." And as soon as Elvira hears this, she starts smiling and she is saying, "This is fun. And what if I want to? Are you sure you can stop me? I heard from Jix your magic proficiency is pretty high, but what's the point? You're just a rookie who can only use basic spells a little. 2nd-year student. We've got a swordsman who can hold his own on my side, and a mage who's skilled with average 1st-year level spells, and me, an alchemist with the best of abilities in my year. That's an overwhelming power differential." Then Taylor says, "Why are you doing this, Ed ROTHTAYLOR? Tell me right now what's happening up there." But Ed ROTHTAYLOR is silent, and then Taylor moves forward to attack Ed ROTHTAYLOR, and he is saying, "I guess I have no choice but to force you to speak up." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR also attacks Taylor, which Taylor stops. And now Elvira is surprised to see this, and she is thinking, "That magic? It looks like a basic spell. He's a mage, so he'll probably target Taylor since he's the best at close-range scuffle, right?" And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is preparing his spell, which is Windblade. And as soon as Ed ROTHTAYLOR gets his Windblade ready, he attacks upwards and cuts the chandelier installed above, which is about to fall on the direct. Taylor is shocked to see this, and he is able to escape from that chandelier with great difficulty. And then we see Clebius, who is very scared, and he is saying, "What kind of noise was that? After all, what is happening there?" Then Elvira is asking Taylor, "Is he okay?" So Taylor says, "Yes, I am, line." But then Ed ROTHTAYLOR attacks Elvira with the Windblade, due to which Elvira's hair gets cut, and seeing this, she gets surprised. Also, her bag falls down, and there are lots of magic potions in her bag. And now Elvira has become very angry, and she is saying to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "So you're serious about this? That means there's really something going on the floor above after all, huh?" And when Elvira looks ahead, all she sees is dust. She then looks at her potions, trying to pick one of them up. But then ED ROTHTAYLOR uses the ignition illusion, due to which fire spreads all around and fire starts burning everywhere. And ED ROTHTAYLOR is saying, "The battlefield was set up. So naturally, almost like water flowing." ED ROTHTAYLOR's judgment was quick and precise. Chicks, you can't leave out information like that. This isn't just high magic proficiency. And Elvira is thinking, as the alchemy faculty's top student, I represent our side's main forces. The alchemy faculty's biggest flaw is that without relying on magic tools, our rock combat power is close to zero. Most alchemy students carry a magic ring or a necklace with them. But I always thought a genius like me wouldn't need that. I thought it was too much of a hassle. Didn't this guy think this out as well? He caused the chandelier to drop, used the opening he got to cast the firewall, all so he could target my bag. No. If that were the case, he would have gone for the bag, not a strap. After all, this guy's just that, merely ED ROTHTAYLOR. I'm not out of options yet. I'll apply a fire-resistant formula, make it go berserk, and amplify its strength, and Elvira is saving herself from the fire with great difficulty. Daniela is saying, "Fire a spell to put the fire out," and she is using her power, and there is an explosion at that place, seeing which Isla gets very scared. But then Taylor comes in front of Isla and saves her and tells her, "Get your act together, Isla." And Isla is thinking, Isla is confident in her magic theory, but her combat ability, even among first-year students learning basic space, is average at best. With now openly, he keeps targeting her. I cannot even get close to him. Rather, Isla and I cannot even move. Then Elvira says, "Taylor, you think you can take him down if you get closer? Then go." And the rabbit starts moving forward, and the rabbit is about to attack ED ROTHTAYLOR. And Taylor is moving forward, and he is saying, "It doesn't matter if I think I can. I have to." Then Elvira covers herself with a cloth and starts moving forward, and seeing her, Isla starts stopping her, but she moves ahead and grabs her potion and is saying, "Oh my, did you guys miss me? Our time apart was not long, but I missed you so much." And ED ROTHTAYLOR is about to attack Elvira, and ED ROTHTAYLOR attacks Elvira with Windblade, but Elvira is thinking, after reading the potion he seems quite prepared, but... apply, release magic. And then Elvira throws the potion towards ED ROTHTAYLOR's attack, which goes directly and hits the Windblade, due to which the liquid kept in that glass starts coming out, and Elvira is thinking a chemical reagent prepared by dicing up night butterfly flowers and gall mushrooms. When cast with release magic, it becomes a special chemical reagent. It works by controlling the release of magic. And there is a huge explosion at that place, due to which we see all of Islam's wounds are healed, and the fire slowly starts extinguishing, and Elvira's thinking, and temporarily subdues the products that result from magic. Emulous. Do you know what that means? But ED ROTHTAYLOR has killed the rabbit monster, Mr. Mage, who can't even use magic, and Elvira is very angry at ED ROTHTAYLOR, and she is saying, "Acting like you're fine. We've got a warrior on our side. Now's your chance, Taylor." Then ED ROTHTAYLOR starts running away from this place, and seeing her, Taylor also starts following her, but then ED ROTHTAYLOR drops a box down, but we see that the bucket is filled with oil, which falls down and there is an explosion. And again the fire spreads at that place, and seeing it, Taylor says that is the smell of oil. And Elvira is saying, "Are you crazy? We're in Ophelis Hall. If a fire starts here, people will die." And Taylor is taking out his sword and saying, "Whether it's fire created by magic or oil, I can slash it all with my elemental slash." This chemical reagent doesn't last for more than a few minutes. Anyway, before anyone gets hurt, I'm going to put an end to this. But Elvira is asking Taylor to stop, and she is thinking, the windows open wide enough for all the smoke to escape, and even the carpet, which could catch fire, isn't there. There aren't any objects either. Did ED ROTHTAYLOR think this far ahead and plan at all? And ED ROTHTAYLOR is about to attack with an arrow, and hence Elvira is stopping Taylor. But now it is too late, because ED ROTHTAYLOR has pointed the arrow at Taylor, and Taylor also moves rapidly to attack ED ROTHTAYLOR. And Taylor is thinking, he's using a bow, I'll deflect it, and ED ROTHTAYLOR shoots an arrow at Taylor, but instead of hitting Taylor, Ed ROTHTAYLOR's arrow starts moving towards Ela, seeing which Taylor gets very shocked and he's thinking he wasn't targeting. And Ela is about to be hit by Ed ROTHTAYLOR's arrow, and Ela can't even use basic magic spells right now. But then Ela is not hit by the arrow, because Elvira has stopped it, and she is very tired. And the thing she used is her claw hand, a magical engineering tool that can pull in any small object within sight, even at a faraway distance. And Elvira is thinking, but what is the deal with this arrow? He covered the arrowhead with cloth. Was his plan to hurt her? Then she says to Taylor, "Wait, Taylor, be careful. I'm sure he has another trick up his sleeve." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR blocks Taylor's sword attack with the bow, and he is staring at Taylor. But then he hears some sound, and he is thinking, this noise. Is it time already? And we see Clebius, who is screaming very loudly and saying, "We're all going to die if we don't do anything right now." Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, Act 2, final chapter, the Awfulest Hall incident, 2nd floor. Plus, the gloomy Clebius has escaped. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR takes a sigh of relief and thinks, finally. But then Taylor pushes Ed ROTHTAYLOR away, due to which he hits a wall, and we see Elvira, who is very surprised, and she is saying, what the hell is his deal? And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is lying injured. Then Taylor has grabbed Ed ROTHTAYLOR by the collar and is saying to him, are you insane? There's got to be a reason why you went so far. And Elvira is thinking, I feel lucky. I feel like he was playing us this whole fight. If he really wanted to overpower us, he wouldn't have shown himself at all and attacked us after the chandelier fell on us. Yet he stood there right in front of us to stop us. Even during the fight, he wasn't lax for a single moment. Something's off after all. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Taylor, are you done now? If you're done, go up now. Stop yapping at me. And Taylor is surprised to hear this. And he says, what? You stopped us from going up for so long. Then why now? And Ela says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, why did you let us win? What do you mean by that? Elvira and Taylor say, go easy on us this guy. But Elvira shouts at Ed ROTHTAYLOR and says, I'm not leaving this place without knowing why. Answer me, why did you let us win? But Ed ROTHTAYLOR is staring at Elvira, and Elvira is brushing her teeth. But then someone starts coming to that place, and Ed ROTHTAYLOR is saying, the permission flower pin was her choice. After thinking it over for the whole night restlessly, could someone humiliate her pure love by calling it naive? It might have been delusional, but imagining happy thoughts is up to a person's freedom. But the difference between imagination and reality can be cruel at times. The boy she thought would be at the pavilion, all dressed up, was on the ground covered in blood after being attacked by a suspicious group of people. And then Janica comes to that place, and when she sees Ed ROTHTAYLOR's condition, she starts getting very angry, and she is saying to them all of you, what have you done? He was on the ground covered in blood after being attacked by a suspicious group of people. He may have been caught up in some unexpected trouble. However, from his simple life to the way he showed himself during the subjugation of Glaskin, no matter how big or small the job is, Ed ROTHTAYLOR was someone who had created a certain expectation around himself that he could somehow solve any problem, only after being stabbed in one's blind spot, hidden in their complacency, is someone able to truly reflect on themselves. And Janica had asked Ed ROTHTAYLOR long ago, at that time I will definitely help you. But Ed ROTHTAYLOR never asked her for help. He made sure that she was outside of Ophelis Hall and left her a letter that was so unusual. He also fought here to the point that he was bleeding. This is because Janica had already been given various disciplinary actions due to the Glaskin incident, so he made sure to push Janica away from the battlefield. And Janica is getting very angry, and she is thinking, I didn't know what was happening. He took care of me so that I wouldn't get caught up in anything, while I was worrying about my clothes. And Janica is very angrily asking them, what are you all doing? And we see that Taylor is happy with Janica's arrival, and he is saying, thankfully you didn't get caught up in this situation, Senior. Right now, Ophelis Hall is being occupied by other students, but I don't think it will simply end like this. Seeing as that went this far to stop us, that must mean there's something else. But we see that Elvira is very scared, and she is saying to Taylor, get a grip, Taylor. She's the enemy. And Janica says to them, you know what you guys were doing? I wasn't even curious about it at all. And Janica is releasing a lot of energy, seeing which even Ed ROTHTAYLOR is surprised. And Janica is smiling, and she is saying to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "It's okay." And we see that Elvira and Isla are very nervous, and a very dangerous movement starts happening at that place. Everything starts flying in the air, and Janica has called her spirits, and there are a lot of spirits at that place. And Janica is smilingly saying to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Just wait 1 minute." And Elvira is thinking, 4 attributes mid-level spirit. If you had the ghost spirits and low-level spirits, it's like an army. Then Elvira says to both of them, "We have to run away. Taylor, let's just accept the obvious. There's no way that we can pass through here. We even lost to that fallen aristocrat. And now the opponent is the top student of the second-year magic department." And Janica attacks them with her spirits. And Elvira is shouting, "Taylor, get a grip. Face reality already. Since all the windows are broken, let's get out that way." Taylor, already aware of it through Ed, seemed that whatever was happening now at Ophelis Hall wasn't just a simple occupation. There may be students that would be harmed. Then Taylor gets ready to fight, and he's saying, "Elvira, I can't let your precious herbs go unusable." Taylor never gave up on his trial. It was obvious that Taylor was going to live the life of a protagonist. But then Ed ROTHTAYLOR grabs Taylor from behind and pushes him back and tells him to go away from here. And those spirits do not attack Taylor. Then Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Taylor, "Listen, I'll take care of Janica. So you guys go upstairs to the 2nd floor as you planned." And Isla is saying, "What? Just ago you were trying so hard to block our path, but now you want us to just go to the 2nd floor?" Ed ROTHTAYLOR says, "I changed my mind, so hurry and go up." But Elvira shouts and says, "Really? You're going to stop those spirits? Your body is completely covered in injuries right now." But Ed ROTHTAYLOR hits Isla on the head with his fist and is staring at her, then tells her, "Take your reagents." "I'm sorry that I tore up your bag." And Elvira gets scared of Ed ROTHTAYLOR. Then she is saying, "What or what? This and then that? Just what? All right, let's go, Taylor." And all 3 of them start running away from this place. Then we see Janica, who is getting very angry. But Ed ROTHTAYLOR slowly starts moving towards her, and Janica is saying to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Don't push yourself too hard. Just stay to the side. I'll finish up the rest. You can explain the details to me first. I'll quickly finish this up, and we can get you treated." Actually, the sudden skinship could be considered a symbol of rudeness, but Ed ROTHTAYLOR moves his hand and tells Janica, "I am really fine." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR puts his hand on Janica's shoulder and tells her, "So you don't have to go overboard." And as soon as Ed ROTHTAYLOR tells this to Janica, she becomes very surprised, and her cheeks start turning red. Then she says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "Yet your hand is on my shoulder." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Janica, "Janica, first, get rid of the spirits. The wind is too strong, so I'm having a hard time standing." And Janica says, "Ah, yeah, of course it must be hard for you to stand up. I'm sorry, what did I do? I'm such an idiot." Then Janica calls back all her spirits, due to which everything becomes normal. And when all 3 of them see that Ed ROTHTAYLOR has calmed down Janica, all 3 of them get very shocked. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is telling them to leave quickly, but we see that Ed ROTHTAYLOR is very tired and he is also injured, and so he falls unconscious on the door. After some time, Janica makes Ed ROTHTAYLOR sit at a place and says to him, "Why do you never say anything and get hurt? I told you to come talk to me if there was something going on. There was a reason for it this time. Next time I'll tell you everything." They really went too far. There shouldn't ever be a reason to attack someone to this extent. I don't know exactly what happened, but next time we meet, I'm going to get really angry at them. Anyway, Ed, don't go around getting hurt, okay? You got it? Promise me. And Ed ROTHTAYLOR says to Janica, "All right, thanks for worrying about me." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR is trying to stand up and he is thinking, it was a little different from what I had planned. But in the end, I had done my part as the 1st floor boss. Now I could take a break and take care of the work at my camp. Then Janica says to Ed ROTHTAYLOR, "By the way, Ed, when I was sitting in the rose garden, I saw a very big carriage. It went by so quickly that I couldn't see it well, but there was a golden crown on it." And Ed ROTHTAYLOR tells, "Golden crown is the symbol of the Ecostor Lordie's adoptive father and the enemy who killed her biological father. the fake boss who would leave the stage after being stabbed in the back by Lortel, in the event that took place after the occupation of Ophelis Hall. The battle for the sage's sealed grimoire. The Golden King out. The fact that he had arrived in Sylvania way before it was planned. That meant that something unexpected must have happened. It was completely outside my range of knowledge. Then we see that Lortel is looking at the horse carriage from the window and she is saying, "You know, Ellis, I got dumped." Ellis, you know him too, the one who seems a bit evil and mean when you first look at him. And Ellis says, "You mean young Master Ed, the person we met at that camp last time. What type of person do you like? I didn't know that." And Lortel says, "He's pretty good looking, but it's not like that. The smell I get from you, Ellis, I thought that I'd smelled it coming from him too." But he ended up making a bunch of emotional comments, which wasn't right. Then he ended up throwing it all away without hesitation. People like us live by hearing those words. Ellis was the head maid of Ophelis Hall, who has served as a veteran maid for over 20 years at the young age of 15. When she didn't know anything, she began her career as an apprentice maid. She became a manager at Ophelis Hall, as she was recognized for her ability relative to her age. Therefore, this is where Lortel invests the most effort. She needed to spend a large sum of money, enough to destroy Ellis's righteousness. But Lortel didn't waste that expense at all. She had seen numerous people that would break their own faith by being attracted to mere gold coins. Same type of person, only when facing them, she can relieve her sense of loneliness on a straw mat that was laid out in the ghettos or in the rush of merchants that were risking their lives for a single gold coin. She lived a life where she didn't stab someone in the back first. She would be stabbed to death. Then Lortel says to Ellis, "As things are going, as long as we match the representative of the lower students, Willain, who is in the 4th floor management room, and half-heartedly give him ownership of the defensive magic that is spread out, then, one way or another, Ophelis Hall will be." However, regardless of her unfortunate past and the circumstances that pushed her to the corner, Lortel was clearly a villain and a black curtain. Then both of them are going ahead, and Lortel is saying to Ellis, "This situation seems to be going as planned, so I'll just stay here in the storage room. I have to act like a good student, one that is simply afraid of the ongoing situation and doesn't know what's going on. That's why I hid up here in the storage room in the first place. A girl her age, never loving someone else, or will have someone that's like family who can open her heart and will die in solitude." And Ellis says to Lortel, "Ms. Lortel, thinking about it, let me tell you something, I'm not someone like you." ED ROTHTAYLOR observes the chaos unfolding, realizing that time is running short. On the 2nd floor, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale has been defeated by Taylor and is now tied up, forced to join their party. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, the maid Kelly has been defeated in the bedding washer boss battle. Sitten defeated in the corridor. Kelly apologizes for not being able to fulfill her assigned task, expressing regret at missing Alice. The party, led by Taylor, advances smoothly, passing by Kelly without question, as they make their way to the 4th floor. Arriving at the Ophelis Halls on the 4th floor, they're immediately faced with a formidable challenge. ED ROTHTAYLOR had been too tough of an opponent from the start, and Elvira is shocked by what she sees. Students on the 4th floor are in a panic, running from someone enveloped in a raging crimson aura. They cry out for help as Taylor and the others confront the 4th floor boss, Willain, who is a hostage to the defense magic. Willain shouts for assistance, unable to withstand the situation. In the control room's dead center, a crystal ball triggers the magic circle control system. Alice and Lortel Ketchel's scheme is revealed. The self-defense magic formula etched all over Ophelis Hall was meant to protect students from outside threats. However, in this moment, it feels like a child wielding a loaded gun. As Taylor fends off Willain's attacks, students begin to panic further. They realize the severity of the situation, with some shouting about the potential collapse of the building. Questions arise about the whereabouts of the maids, adding to the chaos. Seeing the dire circumstances, the students lose their composure. Some shout for everyone to leave quickly, realizing the building is on the brink of catastrophe. They leap out of windows using their powers to escape in various ways. Inside, amidst the chaos, Taylor turns to Elvira, urgently asking if there is any more of the night butterfly flower reagent left. Alvira explains that the night butterfly flower distorts the magic of the caster, but the rune has already been carved, rendering it useless. Instead, she reveals another reagent from her bag, the anglerweed reagent, made by combing anglerweed seeds with emperor clamshells and melting them. Alvira uses the anglerweed reagent, stating that it will block all basic magic within the corridor. She urges Taylor to focus on knocking out Willain, reassuring him that she can handle the force of the assisting magic. Taylor, along with Clebius Nortondale, charges forward as Willain shoots magic spears at them. They swiftly evade the attacks, determined to confront Willain and put an end to the chaos engulfing the awfulest halls. As Willain looked at them with tears in his eyes, he cried out, "Finally!" Suddenly, flames engulfed the fourth floor, intensifying the chaos within. Outside, a carriage with a golden crown arrived, catching the attention of Ed ROTHTAYLOR and Janica Failver, who were conversing under a tree. Janica asked Ed, "What are you doing here? You'll reopen your wounds if you keep pushing yourself." Ed replied casually, "Most of this blood isn't even mine." Janica, frustrated, covered them both with her cloak from the rain, questioning why he was going to such lengths. Ed then gestured towards the carriage, remarking, "You might think I'm being nonsensical, but considering the man inside, you can't help but call this horse carriage plain." The carriage belonged to the Golden King Elte, Lortel Ketchell's adoptive father and the fake boss who would later be betrayed by Lortel. Burning a paper in his hand, the Golden King Elte had discreet motives for being at the academy. Ed was puzzled by his presence and asked Janica, "Why is he here noticing a maid with an umbrella in the distance?" Ed pondered why the carriage had been there for so long without the man inside exiting. Was he waiting for the destruction of Ophelis Hall? Ed was shocked to recognize the maid as Shenny, the third-floor maid in charge of dishes. Shenny was one of the orphans raised by the chief maid, Alice. Originally, Shenny was supposed to be the third-floor boss, but her association with the Golden King Elte, Lortel's enemy, was perplexing. Ed wondered if Alice, who was bought off by Lortel, could possibly be on Elt's side. This scenario could spell disaster for Lortel. Ed realized that Lortel's downfall might be inevitable. She was involved in political fights with Fenia in Act 3, and Ed had experienced firsthand the challenges of taking on Tote's role as the middle boss in Act 4. As the Golden King Elte stepped out of his carriage, Ed muttered to himself about having to play Lortel's role as well. He decided that he couldn't do this alone and called for Janica, telling her urgently that he needed a favor. Ed pondered how to explain the situation to Janica, eventually saying, "Okay." Curious, Janica asked, "What do I need to do?" In the letter that the Golden King Elte burnt in his carriage, it was written, "Greetings, Elte Keshan, the Golden King and Honorable President of the Elte Merchantry. Unlike the outer appearance of Lady Lortel Ketchell following your orders, as the adoptive daughter of the Elte Merchantry, in fact, she is plotting to betray you and take over the Elte Merchantry. Lady Lortel Ketchell knows that you killed her biological parents and is coaxing the business magnates and directors of the Elte Merchantry to oust you. Also, the negotiations to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire were just an excuse to draw you out into the Sylvania Academy, a bait to strike you by surprise, so you can't react in time to the crisis back at the Elte Merchantry's headquarters. Certain factors led to finding out about this truth, and I am now holding the confidential document that can prove Lortel Ketchell's plot. But of course, in this world, nothing is free. Since Lady Lortel Ketchell offered me a huge amount of gold coins, unless I am offered more gold coins than that, I will side with Lady Lortel Ketchell. I am losing my sight, and due to an accident, I have almost lost all hearing. This will be my last year as chief maid. I am in a predicament, and the only human who knows of this truth. Depending on my choice, things will change dramatically for the better or worse. The paper attached to this letter has the names of the institutions I have been secretly managing all this time: the Crooks Orphanage in Cerny Province, Cohalton Orphanage, Aton's Crozal Orphanage, Alton Orphanage in Odell Province, Tamil Province Public Orphanage Asylum, The amount of gold coins delivered to these institutions from now on will determine my actions hereafter. I trust you to make the correct judgment. The letter was made by Alice Ollem, chief maid at Ophelis Hall. Alice Ollem then put her sword to Lortel Ketchon's neck, warning her not to move. She informed Lortel that Mr. Elty would soon arrive at Ophelis Hall. Alice didn't expect Lortel to have that look in her eyes, thinking she was more level-headed. She accused Lortel of seeking revenge against the Golden King Elty. However, Alice expressed regret, acknowledging that they weren't so different after all. In a sudden turn of events, Welaine was seen tied up and unconscious. As the gang arrived in the hallway, Elvira pointed at Alice Ollem, shouting that she was holding a hostage. Taylor was warned to be careful. Alice was shocked, and Lortel swiftly avoided Alice's blade, dashing towards Elvira and the group. Clebius asked if Lortel was okay. Unaware of the deception unfolding in her thoughts, Lortel planned to frame Alice for the entire scheme and wanted to convey this to the group. Elvira noticed something off about Lortel's expression, questioning her about it. As Lortel ran away, covering her face, Elvira shouted her name, puzzled by her behavior. Lortel thought to herself about the impending arrival of the Golden King Elty. She planned to finalize the overthrow of the Elty merchantry, making Elty responsible for large-scale tampering with the account books and the resulting damages. As ED ROTHTAYLOR ran down the stairs, Lortel added that Elty wasn't at the headquarters, so she needed to get in touch with the officials there. She planned to send a carrier pigeon hidden in the room and then hide herself somewhere safe. Lortel reassured herself that everything would be fine, reminding herself that no one truly understood her. Betrayal was expected, something she had experienced countless times before. Lortel then rested against the wall, tears flowing like a river. She told herself that getting her heart broken at this point didn't suit her at all. Determined to do what she could, she ran fast, knowing she needed to reach her room before Elta did. Sending the carrier pigeon was crucial to her plan, and she hoped everything would be fine. Simultaneously, on the first floor of the main hall, the Golden King Elty arrived. He was stopped by someone who asked if he was a student. Elty quickly urged this person to evacuate. ED ROTHTAYLOR then intervened, informing Elty that due to the risk of collapse, they weren't allowing anyone inside the building for safety reasons. He couldn't let anyone through until faculty and staff arrived. The Golden King Elty inquired if the academy had given Ed special instructions. Ed replied that he was acting on his own accord since these matters were managed by a shop system in Sylvania. Ed pondered to himself about the three people aware of the story's flow. 1. Lortel Ketchon, who wanted to oust Elty, take revenge for her childhood, and claim the seat of the merchantry's president. 2. The Golden King Elty, determined to thwart Lortel's plans and succeed in purchasing the sage's sealed grimoire. 3. Alice Ollem, the root cause of the twist in the story, now on the 5th floor with Lortel. Ed considered whether he needed to go to the 5th floor to deal with Alice Ollem. However, he decided against it, knowing that Taylor's party would likely encounter her. He trusted them, having confirmed their abilities. His focus needed to remain on handling matters with the Golden King Elty. As long as he kept Elty out, events in Ophelis Hall would proceed as they should. Ed then addressed the Golden King Elty, expressing disbelief. "Aren't you Elty Ketchon, the president of the Elty merchantry? Surely there must be a reason for someone of your stature to be here. How about discussing this with the academy first?" The Golden King Elty looked at Ed, his ruby tie knot shining in red. He replied, his aura ablaze with blue flames. "I see. So you're the one on Lortel Ketchon's side. 10 minutes ago, a fire ignited at Ophelis Hall." Ed and Janica glanced at a shattered wall. Ed remarked, "Everything's chaotic out here," as he observed Jix Ethelstein, who was bracing against the burning building with one hand. Jix retorted, "I'm just avoiding making hasty decisions. It's not like the collapsing building will kill me." Ed wondered to himself, is this what confidence looks like? Jix stood and complained to Ed, "And why did you have to break the wall? Now it'll be cold when I sleep." Ed silently mused, who in the world would think this guy is a mage? Then Jix noticed Janica and greeted her. "Oh, Janica, you're here too. This is our first proper meetin', though our encounter during the Glaskin incident wasn't the best. Janica, averting her gaze from Jix's muscular frame, replied, Yeah, about that. Sorry. Ed reassured Janica, Don't look so down, Janica, you've already faced consequences for it, right? Janica nodded. Yeah, you're right, Ed. Thanks. Jix then asked, Are you two datin' by any chance? Janica froze like a startled cat, and Ed looked at her disapprovingly. She quickly denied, No, we're not. Blushing, she turned to Ed and asked, Did that bother you? Ed replied, No, I'm fine. It was Jix's rude question. Janica responded, Oh, is that so? Jix then apologized for his question and added, But why did you go to the extent of breaking the wall to approach me? Ed remembered and said, Right, do me a favor, and I'll repay you later. The scene shifted to the present, where Ed spoke to the Golden King Elty. He suggested, I'm sure there's a reason for someone of your stature to be here. How about discussing with the Academy administration first to ensure you receive the respect you deserve? Meanwhile, Jix and Janica hid in a corner. The Golden King Elte responded, I see, so you're on Lortel Ketcheln's side, huh? He leaned in close to Ed and whispered, Did you fall for her unassuming appearance? Instead of being loyal to uncertain gold coins, take advantage of the clear benefits before you. She was born with the blood of a fox, one who stabs others as soon as she sees their backs. I've raised her since childhood. I know this better than anyone. I'll double the gold coins she offered you right now. Just step aside. Ed replied, Thank you for the offer. However, I wasn't promised any gold coins, so what's the point in doubling that? The Golden King Elty replied, I see, as his soldiers prepared to fight. He signaled for them to stop, saying, My words aren't reaching you. Suddenly he ordered, Dispose of him quietly, and they all rushed towards Ed, who promptly fled. The Golden King Elty questioned, Are you trying to let him escape? 2 soldiers blocked the door, but they were pushed back by a strong gust of wind magic from Jix. He reassured, It's okay, Ed. Ed replied, I'll come back after I check the situation. I'll repay you later. Janica affirmed, Got it, while Jix asked, Wasn't I the one indebted to you to begin with? Observing that these students were formidable opponents, the Golden King Elty commanded his soldiers, Give them everything you've got. The soldiers advanced towards Janica and Jix. In another scene, Ed ran while thinking, I should go meet Lortel now and ask her about the situation. Suddenly, he bumped into Lortel herself, who remarked, You couldn't get out. Ed replied, Let's go to the back door and escape. Can you run? Don't fall behind, run as fast as you can. Ed reflected to himself, There's always a reason behind all goodwill and trust. Even Sharo, the Elty merchantry receptionist, acted flirtatious with Lortel, anticipating she might accidentally reveal valuable information. Caden, the merchantry employee, became lively around Lortel, as she often provided tips. Even Teeny, the pet bird raised at the academy, stuck close to her for the high-quality feed. In Lortel's world, all goodwill seemed to come with a hidden motive. As Ed and Lortel ran through the halls, he said to her, I don't think we have time to go into detail. Anyhow, Alice betrayed you, right? Lortel thought to herself, acknowledging her mistake and foolishness. She compared herself to Janica, who grew up surrounded by love and goodwill, reciprocating the same to the world. She felt different, regretting the day she made the offer to Ed. Lortel remembered the heated look in Janica's eyes when she glanced at Ed, without any ulterior motives or greed. She had hoped for a similar relationship, but ended up revealing all her plans to Alice. Realizing her misplaced trust, Lortel regretted losing sight of her own cynical self. She realized that she shouldn't have dared to dream of such a romantic life, especially as she schemed to take control of Ophelis Hall by manipulating 5 people: the chief maid Alice, the twin maids Shenny and Kelly, the inferior student's representative Willain, and the fallen noble Ed ROTHTAYLOR. Alice, Shenny and Kelly joined hands with the Golden King Elte, while Willain also sided with him, Not willing to support Lortel, Ed noticed that Lortel had stopped running. She apologized to him, saying, "I'm sorry, Ed." Internally, she questioned herself. Why am I apologizing? Why is he an ally? Lortel then told Ed, "I can't guarantee the 20 gold coins I offered you anymore. The situation right now is unstable." She thought to herself, frustrated, "Why am I saying foolish things about surrendering? Nobody seems to be on my side." Ed retorted, "Did I ask?" Her eyes widened at his response as he grabbed her wrist, urging, "We don't have time for this. Why are you standing around? If the Golden King LT catches you, it's over. We need to escape first, don't we?" They continued running together. Lortel pondered to herself, "Goodwill and trust, there's always a reason behind them." Ed demanded, "Tell me what's going on." She thought to herself, if you don't see that reason, you don't trust them. I'm sure that's how it should be. Then, Lortel explained to Ed, the merchantry headquarters plan to manipulate market prices. It must be my father's doing. After the massive monster hunt in the eastern mountains last summer, armor prices fell. They aimed to purchase and monopolize all armor, trading them internally. Ed interrupted. So, in short, it's manipulative trading. You don't have to elaborate. Lortel nodded. Exactly. The Golden King LT needed money urgently for this plan. He found a buyer willing to pay a good price for the sage's sealed grimoire, so he sent me to Sylvania to find a way to steal it. Ed understood. I see. You don't need to explain the rest. Ed explained to himself the concept of manipulative trading, where merchants, in this case, Alpha, Beta, and Charlie, monopolize a cheap product and artificially inflate its price by trading it among themselves. This method relies on creating the illusion of scarcity, leading people to believe they need to buy it immediately before it becomes unaffordable. If these merchants then sell the product they've gathered, they can make enormous profits. However, this plan hinges on trust. If Beta and Charlie sell without Alpha's knowledge, the prices will plummet, causing chaos. The Golden King LT in this scenario could face a significant loss, jeopardizing his position of power. To execute this plan, Lortel had bought the loyalty of many related to Beta and Charlie over the years. The transfer of sales rights could only happen when the Golden King LT was absent from his position at the headquarters. Ed then spoke to Lortel, summarizing her plan. You were going to use the occupation of Ophelis Hall to create a financial crisis at the Academy. This would force the Golden King LT out of the merchantry headquarters to secure the money he urgently needs. Then, you'd have the opportunity to sell off the armor stockpiled at the headquarters, right? Lortel was astonished at how Ed grasped the entire scheme instantly. Ed continued, That leaves you with one task. We need to send a message to the merchantry headquarters to initiate the armor sale. Lortel realized, I have a carrier pigeon in my room. It's my direct line of communication with my forces inside the headquarters. Ed nodded. Then you win if you send that pigeon to the headquarters and stay hidden until the sale is done. However, Lortel expressed concern. My father might expect this. He could be planning to capture me tonight and force the traitors to confess the whole plan. Ed thought for a moment and replied, Listen carefully, Lortel. From now on you must stay hidden and avoid being seen by anyone. If we were in the Golden King Elt's place, I'd have people stationed at the 2 bridges leading to the Arkan Mountains to track us. Speak to the horsemen in the quarters and send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains. Leave it at a suitable spot and then run away. They'll think you're on the outskirts. Lortel asked, What about me? Ed replied, There's an incomplete hut in the northern forest. Stay there for 3 days. I'll send the pigeon from your room to the headquarters with a simple message. Sell right now. Your allies will handle the rest. Lortel remained silent, reflecting on Ed's decisive actions. She thought, like a seasoned ally and merchant, Ed acted swiftly and efficiently, handling matters without delay. The thought of trusting him completely crossed my mind. Ed then raised his voice. Are you truly yourself right now? Why are you acting so unlike your usual self? In the tense situation, Ed's urgency and clarity of thought brought a plan to help Lortel escape the impending danger. Lortel nodded. Yeah, I understand, Ed, and thought to herself, this might just work. Then, with a worried voice, Lortel asked. "Why are you helping me so much?" Ed fell silent, looking into her eyes, then closed his eyes thinking to himself, "If you ask that so suddenly." Lortel pressed, "For no reason." Ed replied, "I just feel like I should," and abruptly left, closing the door behind him. As the rain poured outside, Lortel sank to the floor, breath in heavily as her heart pounded loudly. Blushing? She wondered about the loud sound, initially thinking it was the final battle between Alice, Taylor, and their friends. But then she realized it was her own heartbeat, feeling the intensity of her emotions for Ed. Overwhelmed, she cried at the unexpected rush of feelings. Meanwhile, outside in the rain, a maid wielding a sword approached Ed. She remarked, "I didn't expect you to be the one coming out of there, young Master Ed. This is unexpected." It was Maid Shenny, usually in charge of the dishes. Ed quipped to her, "For the supposedly last obstacle, this feels kind of bland." And with that, the painstaking attempted takeover had reached its end. All of Orpheus Hall's runes gathered around the one with command, the swordsman capable of holding her own against the combat faculty students, and an intermediate magic user flawlessly. It was Chief Maid Alice. She stands alone against Taylor MacLaw and his party in the final battle of Act 2, Scene 3, Conquest of Chief Maid Alice. As the battle begins, the top floor of Orpheus Hall erupts in chaos. Outside, Maid Shenny, responsible for the dishes, points her sword at Ed, her eyes glowing yellow. Ed, realizing his mana is depleted with only a few basic spells left, braces himself. Maid Shenny charges with a purple aura surrounding her saber, aiming a stab for Ed's leg. However, he manages to dodge, anticipating her attack pattern. Ed recognizes Maid Shenny's tactics, stepping on her saber to disarm her. Undeterred, Maid Shenny reveals throwing daggers hidden in her smooth legs and thick thighs. Ed swiftly grabs her wrist, disarming her of the daggers. He realizes that Maid Shenny, as a twin, shares skills with her sister once a day, evident in her use of low-level telekinesis to launch the daggers at him. Ed, though wounded by the daggers, knows they are not deep due to their unrefined, borrowed abilities. He removes the blades from his body, pinning Maid Shenny down and kicking away her sword. With a silent expression, he asserts, "That's enough." Frustrated, Maid Shenny shouts, "I can't disappoint Miss Alice." She demands Ed move out of her way, driven by her loyalty. Whispering to Maid Shenny, Ed cryptically mentions that Alice will lose. Confused and agitated, Maid Shenny questions his knowledge of Alice's struggles. She questions whether he knows the pain she has endured, the battles fought, the orphans saved. In the rain, Ed ponders his lack of knowledge about Alice, admitting to himself that he doesn't know much. Maid Shenny reveals her personal connection to Alice, stating that she is also one of the orphans saved by her. She emphasizes that Alice gave her a chance at a normal life, allowing her to work and earn a living. She passionately tells Ed that he knows nothing about Alice. Ed, unmoved, replies, "Well, that's not my concern." Despite hearing Maid Shenny's heartfelt story, he remains resolute in his stance. In the midst of the explosion caused by Taylor and Alice's fight, Ed shields Maid Shenny, who was responsible for the dishes, from the intense heat. Tearfully, she accuses Ed, "I won't forgive you." How could you side with Lortel Ketchel, Ed? Overcome with emotion, she eventually falls asleep, and the fire rages on around them. Looking at Maid Shenny sadly, Ed thinks to himself, "I don't know any of these additional stories. What do you expect me to do about something? I don't know. There are already too many stories that will never see the light of day." Despite the chaos, Ed manages to drag Maid Shenny to safety. He reflects, "Those who decide their actions based on such philosophies are the ones with lives worth living at the moment. But my course of action and ultimate goal haven't changed since I first inhabited this body." With that, Ed escapes the scene driven by his will to survive. A notification suddenly appears informing Ed, "You have murdered Maid Shenny, who was in charge of the dishes." Another notification follows. "You have acquired a new skill, pain endurance, which temporarily halts physical exhaustion and postpones the ability to feel pain to a later time." Ed is taken aback by this unexpected development. He then throws a rock at Lortel's window and enters her room. Taking in the luxurious furnishings and orderly arrangement, he notices a messenger pigeon. Without hesitation, he begins writing a letter. In the message, he instructs, "Elte is in Sylvania. It will take at least 3 days to get back to the main headquarters. Sell all of the acquired gear." He sends the carrier pigeon off into the rainy night sky, determined to bring back Elte's head. Exiting the room, badly injured and exhausted, Ed contemplates his actions. He realizes that without the help of Jix, Janica, and a few fortunate moments, Lortel would have been swiftly captured by Elte. He envisions the scenario, Lortel's hired carriage speeding out of the Arkan Mountains, Elte in hot pursuit. His plan seems to be unfolding smoothly. As he walks through the forest, Ed suddenly encounters Lortel approaching him. Surprised, he acknowledges her presence, realizing the gravity of the situation. He thinks to himself, "I need to be alert. The opponent here is none other than the Golden Daughter, Lortel Ketcheln. Seeing her with a dagger, he understands the danger he's in." Ed realizes that only the 5 people Lortel bribed know she's the secret mastermind. With Elte gone, Alice would have to rely on Lortel's support. He sees himself as a wild card in her plans, someone she can't easily buy off. In Lortel's eyes, he's a variable that needs to be eliminated for her perfect crime to succeed. Acknowledging Lortel's true villainous nature, Ed understands he must use his wits to survive however his body is weary and injured. Before he knows it, Lortel is standing before him, using her dagger to cut a piece of her clothes to bandage his wound. Surprised by her unexpected kindness, Ed is taken aback. She helps him to his hut, and as the rain stops, Lortel decides to build a bonfire for them. Looking at Ed, she suggests, "Let's warm ourselves first, together." Her eyes fixed on him, a hint of tears and a blush colour in her cheeks. Around the bonfire, Ed inquired of Lortel, "So, did everything proceed according to plan?" Lortel responded, "Senior Ed, everything went precisely as intended. I am Lortel Ketcheln after all. I secured a promise from the coachman. He assured me he would do his utmost to draw their attention and gain us some time. He's even prepared to risk his life." Ed remarked, "Is he truly that loyal? What sort of tactic did you employ?" Ed pondered to himself. While observing Lortel perspire, could it be that she resorted to taking their family hostage? Lortel informed Ed, "Did you know, Senior, that if this scheme succeeds, I will ascend to the highest echelons of power within the Elt Company? It's astounding that I owe this opportunity to you." Lortel gazed at him as though smitten and added, "What do you think? Do you not feel the weight of responsibility on your shoulders? Do you not find me remarkable?" Ed merely toyed with the fire, remaining silent. Lortel remarked, "Wow, that reaction was rather lackluster." She grinned and expressed, "Thank you so much, Senior. I won't forget this." Ed simply stated, "Just make sure to deliver the 20 gold coins you promised on time then." Lortel chuckled. Lortel then said, "But there's something I wish to inquire about." Ed inquired, "Do you still have matters to attend to? Is it concerning Alice?" Lortel responded, "No, nothing of that sort. I'll handle that on my own. What the first wanted to discuss was Senior Janica. You're quite close to Senior Janica, correct?" Ed affirmed, "Yes, I am acquainted with Janica. She's a good person." Lortel remarked, "She is truly a kind and admirable senior whom I deeply respect. She always shows consideration for others and has a kind heart." Ed glanced at Lortel and asked, "All right, so what's on your mind?" Lortel responded, "I'm not as kind-hearted as you may think." Meanwhile, in a different scene at Ophelis Hall, Elte received a sudden report from his subordinate amidst the commotion and swiftly departed. It appeared that he was no longer interested in the affairs at Ophelis Hall, especially with the presence of several mercenaries complicating matters for Jix. However, instead of confronting the mercenaries, he needed to halt his allies. Jix said to Janica, "I believe it's time to cease." Initially, Janica seemed somewhat apprehensive, but as the battle raged on, spirits soared higher and higher. It needed to be halted before casualties ensued. Jix inquired of Janica, "Is something the matter? Are you upset?" A spirit bird whispered to Janica, and suddenly she looked at Jix and replied, No, feigning a smile, I'm not upset. In a different setting, Ed reflected on the challenges of attending class due to his dishevelled school uniform. Jix offered his uniform and recounted the events of that night. Willain assumed full responsibility for the attack at Ophelis Hall. Headmaid Alice remains uncooperative during interrogation, and Lortel is unable to leave. Given the lack of significant opposition from Elth's side so far, the operation is likely to succeed partially. We have no choice but to wait for time to reveal the outcome of our efforts. Ed lamented the lost work time due to the incident and his physical discomfort. He noted his inability to engage in tasks requiring high energy, necessitating a slower pace in his work. A system notification indicated Ed's intermediate craftsman status, specializing in woodworking, with notable levels in handicraft, design, and collecting skills. With empty slots for advanced production techniques, acquiring a new skill became a top priority. He planned to start learning spiritual infusion, which complements elementalists and magical engineering, beneficial for crafting various items. Spiritual infusion is acquired through a contract with a spirit and producing elementalism containing products, while magic engineering comes from dismantling and assembling magically engineered items. Janica arrived, greeting Ed happily after the rain stopped and the weather turned chilly. Ed inquired about her absence from class, to which Janica explained her headache and poor condition, opting to rest in the northern forest. She reassured Ed that she wasn't hurt while assisting him. Janica then inquired about Lortel's well-being, learning that she was resting in the cabin, which visibly upset Janica. Lortel pondered to herself, despite the resolution of the Ophelis Hall incident, there remained much to be done. Winning back the former headmaid Alice was a priority, as well as laying the groundwork for negotiations on the Sage's seal purchase. However, the past 3 days spent waiting for a response from Alta headquarters had left her with nervous thoughts, confined to the cabin. Yet, being with Ed made her heart race. His unconditional goodwill and trust enveloped her like a warm embrace, a feeling more precious than gold to someone who had always trodden a cold, distant path. She was unwilling to relinquish him to anyone else. Observing Ed conversing with Janica, Lortel chuckled inwardly, especially at Janica's apparent expectation of unconditional goodwill and trust in relationships. If Janica had so many such relationships, she should at least give up this one. Otherwise, Lortel was prepared to resort to less honourable tactics, her specialty. Spending 3 days together provided a significant advantage. It was time to act decisively. However, showering Ed with gold coins wouldn't work, and she was short on funds. Perhaps assisting with his tuition would suffice, naturally, without any ulterior motives. Lortel couldn't help cringing at her lack of experience in relationships, with her count still at 0. Suddenly, Lucy interrupted, asking Lortel to move aside, claiming her spot. Lucy brought her blanket and settled on the floor, stating it was the best spot for the sunlight. Lortel wondered about Lucy's peculiar behaviour. Then Ed intervened, escorting Lucy out and creating a makeshift tent for her. He apologised for the disturbance, assuring Lortel she could relax as if it were her own home. As Lucy slept outside, Lortel couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought of another girl in Ed's life. Yet, she resolved that time would reveal the victor in their competition in 3 days. On the second morning in Lortel's cabin, she greeted Ed cheerfully. However, her joy was interrupted by Janica's arrival, who exchanged greetings with Lortel. Ed engaged in conversation with Janica outside leaving Lortel, frustrated by her perceived rivalry with Janica for Ed's attention. Inside, she glanced at Lucy, still sleeping outside. Ed laughed and announced the completion of a project. A system notification revealed a newly finished product, handmade bricks formed by pouring mud into molds and then applying ignite magic. Another notification indicated an increase in production skills, achieved through improved dexterity stats. The product, a brick fireplace made from handmade bricks stacked together, fulfilled its role despite being less sturdy due to treated joints. The production difficulty was moderate. With the fireplace finally completed, Ed proceeded to cook for Janica and Lortel. Lortel noticed a unique smell and guessed correctly that basil was added. Ed credited Bellmeyer for providing the herb. Lortel expressed confidence in the morning's progress and emphasized the need to remain vigilant. Ed agreed, cautioning against complacency. Lortel, considering herself a merchant, expressed her intent to repay Ed for his help, either in cash or goods. She gazed at Ed with affection, while Janica observed with a competitive edge. Ed suggested leftover magically engineered goods as a potential repayment, sparking Janica's curiosity. Lortel encouraged Janica to check her inventory before deciding. However, Ed had a favor to ask Janica, surprising her with the request. Ed expressed his interest in learning more about spirit magic and making a contract with a low-ranking spirit, seeking Janica's help. Janica eagerly accepted, aiming to elevate Ed's abilities to contract with a mid-ranking spirit quickly. She presented a bird spirit named Karis to communicate with Ed, but Karis pointed out Ed's limited ability to hear spirits due to his resonance level. Karis highlighted Ed's busy daily life, lacking time to focus solely on magic training, especially considering reports of his food shortage and urgent cabin construction needs. Janica nervously dismissed Karis and inquired if Ed heard everything, to which Ed admitted only vague understanding. Confused about the weekly report meeting, Janica panicked, not wanting Ed to know about her observations. Lortel intervened, redirecting the conversation to magically engineered items surplus. She offered to provide them abundantly, and at a low price, but requested Ed's presence at her store every 3 days in return. Janica protested, feeling it should be free due to Ed's help, but Lortel stuck to her merchant ethics. Bellmeier's sudden arrival, now the new head maid, interrupted, indicating an impending message from a senior maid. Bellmeier said, while doing the laundry, "What is it that you wanted to discuss?" Lady Clara said to her, "Well, don't be shocked. This is really top secret. You absolutely mustn't tell this to anyone else. Don't even show that you're shocked. I think Janica likes Ed, none other than Ed ROTHTAYLOR." Bellmeier didn't look surprised after hearing this. Bellmeier thought to herself, should I pretend to be surprised for the sake of being polite? I see. Lady Clara, you must have been quite worried about her. Lady Clara said, I don't know how she fell for such a ruffian, but it feels like his reputation is improving little by little. As her mate, I support her, but that's not all. These days Janica keeps mentioning a certain name, Lortel Keschel. You see, she missed the opening ceremony just like Ed, and yesterday they were both absent from the first common class together. I mean, ultimately, relationships are a game of push and pull. In that regard, you could say Janica doesn't stand a chance. And I don't really understand Ed either. It's ridiculous how he pretends not to notice when Janica is so obviously throwing him glances. Bellmeier said, Is he hard-hearted or just a creepy cunning wolf? Rather than being a wolf or hard-hearted, maybe he is just in too difficult a situation to be interested in dating. Lady Clara said, No way that's true. I'm sure he's grinning at his good luck. Just imagining it gives me the creeps. Bellmeier said to herself, Luck, you say? A sly thieving cat in front of a fish shop, a naive kitten trembling before a tiger. Just a cat. Bellmeier's head hurt, and Ed asked, What's wrong? She replied, It's nothing. I'm sorry, just looking at them is giving me a headache. Lortel said, More importantly, what was it you wanted to say? Bellmeier said to her, I have a message for you, Lady Lortel. It's from the former chief maid, Alice. The flickering bonfire drove away the darkness of the night. Janica had already left. Belle also took Lucy and left, although it bothered her that Lortel's whereabouts were exposed to someone related to Offalis Hall while she was in hiding. Lortel said to Ed, Isn't it a bit worn out for a uniform that's been repaired? Ed replied it's still decent enough to wear. The carrier pigeon, which carried the news of victory, had already arrived. The letter stated, Review of the proposal to depose the chairman of the association has been completed. Alti's real authority is largely restricted. His dismissal is certain. The atmosphere favours his overthrow. Status report requested. It was now time to prepare to go back to school as usual. Lortel said, If the situation has progressed this far, Father must be making his last stand at the headquarters of the Merchant Association. Though it's a futile last struggle, he certainly won't have time to care about us here in Sylvania. Ed said to Lortel. Any chance that Elty has another trick hidden up his sleeve? Lortel replied, That man is as cunning as me, so I wouldn't say the chances are zero. Still, Slog, who aspires to be the next association chairman, is supporting me, so I have no choice but to trust him. My biggest concern was Alice, but that problem seems to have been taken care of for now. Ed asked, You mean Alice won't reveal that you're the mastermind behind this? Lortel said, Well, she has no choice. This is a prepaid concept, you see. She was planning to side with whoever won between me and Elty. The parchment Belle Mai delivered was filled with the list of orphanages she sponsored, the maintenance cost for a year, and how to support them. Alice's workload was relentless, and her health deteriorated, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and could not take responsibility for the orphanage, so she made a bet with the rest of her life at stake. Due to her stoic and unemotional nature, no one seemed to have realized the dire situation she was in. Of course, her followers seemed to have somewhat understood her situation and mentality. Lortel said, She is only siding with me because my victory looks to be certain. Regaining lost trust will be difficult, but I can't believe she sent me this instead of a threat. Ed looked at Lortel. In the world of merchants, there's no such thing as sympathy. If you make that mistake, you're treated as a fool. She must know this better than anyone, Lortel said. From my point of view too, nothing good will come from revealing the fact that I'm the mastermind behind this. Well, I'll just play along then. After all, there's no such thing as permanent enemies or permanent allies, Ed said to himself. Yet she looked somewhat relieved. Lortel said, I will get going now. You'll stop by the Merchant Association's branch to write the contract next week, right? Ed said, Yeah, take this, it will last for a while. Lortel just looked at Ed. Ed said, Why are you thinking so much about taking it? Lortel said, Nothing, it's just, Ed, you're taller than I thought. Ed said, Out of nowhere. Lortel said, It does seem a bit rushed. But if I want to win, I have to sometimes make some risky moves, I think. Do you know this, Ed? And Lortel played with Ed's tie. The essence of human relationships is all about push and pull, like this tie. Look, it's twisted, isn't it? Ed said, No one's even looking at me. Does my attire really bother you that much? Well, there's nothing wrong with always keeping yourself looking neat. We are students of Sylvania after all. As Lortel tiptoed to reach Ed, she kissed him unexpectedly. The raspberries we ate in the evening were delicious, weren't they? She said, smiling. Just thinking about them again makes me happy. Ed replied sternly. Stay within your limits. Lortel chuckled. How upsetting. They say people don't like others pushing or pulling too much. Next time, let's have you pull a little. After all, I need to practice pushing your way too. With that, she walked away. A few seconds later, she began to run and vanished. Ed remarked to himself, Although I try to avoid getting too involved with main scenario characters as much as possible, as expected, when it comes to life, nothing goes according to plans. The stars I see from the forest are still beautiful, and the moon is still bright. The sound of crickets chittering and the crackling of the campfire are also the same as always, but I feel the trajectory of the scenario I'm involved in continues to go astray. Regardless of my will, I feel a sense of discomfort, as if I'm being sucked into the center of the story. My plan of watching the scenario unfold smoothly from the sidelines and only trying to take care of what I feel needs to be done has not changed. I have no greed. I'll just get my diploma and pay attention to my stats. The realization that what felt like an easy plan was actually a reckless and challenging endeavor came not too far in the future. Just like that, summer passed, and it's now autumn. Tarkan slapped his tail out of anger and said to Janica, That foxy redhead kissed young Master Ed. A bird spirit said to Janica, We can't afford to just sit by Lady Janica if we don't intervene. Janica, confused, asked, Wait, what are you talking about? What? Tarkan confirmed. Yeah, I saw it too. It was wild. Youth is indeed amazing. That foxy redhead really knows how to play with people's hearts. Janica, growing angry, demanded, What do you mean? What? Did Ed react? Tarkan replied, Oh, your question really gets to the core of it. From what I saw, he definitely put up a wall. She went as far as to kiss him, but his expression didn't flinch at all. I was astonished by how coldly he responded. He was so cold to her. Even I cringed while watching them. This means one of two things, that fallen noble is either impotent, or he doesn't see her as a woman. Janica said, "Well, that's a relief." Tarkan continued, "But regardless, men aren't as good at being defensive as they are at being proactive. As per my experience, people like that foxy redhead cling and burn more intensely the more you reject them." "That's definitely not good for you, Janica," Janica said. "Still, you said Ed's reaction was lukewarm." Tarkan shouted at Janica while buying, carried away by other spirits. "Are you going to let that foxy redhead steal him from you? You said you were supposed to teach him spirit magic. It's not a good idea to waste such an opportunity. You should also at least kiss him when it's just the two of you." A spirit panther intervened. "Don't listen to Tarkan, Janica. You're the most charming when you're just being yourself." "Oh, yes. Emphasizing your naive and cheerful vibe is also a great idea." Tarkan's jaw dropped. "Janica, don't you also want to experience a thrill, exciting experience with young Master Ed?" Janica blushed and said, "Eating, feeding each other." In another scene, Ed said, "Go on, say ah." Lucy ate the soup as she tried to figure out the taste. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, and she spat out the soup, saying, "It doesn't taste good," Lucy said to Ed. "Yeah, without a variety of spices, it's hard to have flavor," Ed replied. "Don't make me your taste testing machine. I guess I'll have to delay honing my cooking skills until a wider variety of ingredients are available." A system notification appeared, detailing Ed's life skills: rank, intermediate craftsman, specialty, carpentry, handiness level, 14, design level, 9, gathering ability level, 12, carpentry level, 13, hunting level, 10, fishing level, 7, cooking level, 6, repairing level, 5, advanced crafting skill slots, none. Ed contemplated the distribution of his key stats, realizing that raising just one could drop efficiency, so he needed to increase them evenly. However, with his busy schedule, he could only devote about 5 or 6 hours to survival activities outside of school. Despite this, he closely monitored key students like Taylor, Isla, Princess Fenia, Clarice, and Lortel. With Eltie's early dismissal, it was uncertain how this would affect Lortel's actions, particularly regarding her plan to acquire the sage's sealed grimoire. Meanwhile, a professor revealed that there was a hidden mastermind behind the Orpheus Hall takeover, identified as Professor Glass. Claire Elfin said, "If you think so, then it's probably true. You have an oddly good intuition after all." Then, the assistant professor Claire Elfin was introduced. Professor Glass replied, "But be careful not to miss the important stuff, like the thesis on divine science I asked you to find." Claire assured him, "I will find it by tomorrow morning in the Orpheus Hall faculty building, at the office of Claire Elfin," Anis said. "I have gathered the materials related to the Orpheus Hall takeover incident, Assistant Professor Claire." Claire, exhausted, thanked Anis and read through the files. She thought to herself, "Do I really need to be so concerned about a case that is more or less wrapped already? I seriously feel so tired I could die. But no matter how I look at it, something is off." She glanced at a picture of Ed ROTHTAYLOR. In another scene, Lortel said to Ed, "Oh my, I am really sorry. Ed, I was so out of it that I forgot about the contract. Looks like you will have to visit again next week at the LT Merchant Association, Sylvania branch." Lortel continued, "As an apology, I have prepared some tea and refreshments. The magic engineering equipment is ready, so you can pick it up at the counter." Ed remarked, "Really? But is your work attire always so?" Lortel interrupted, "I have an important appointment, so I tried to dress up a bit," and she looked at Ed intensely, asking, "How does it look?" Ed, puzzled, asked about the appointment, making Lortel sweat as she waited for his reaction. After a few moments, she laughed and said, "Yeah, it's something you don't know about. Is the cabin complete now?" Ed confirmed, "It's in the final stages." Lortel then suggested, "Then you will need furniture too, right?" Ed replied, "Yeah, but the products you trade at your company are all too high-end, so they are too expensive for me. Lortel said, Of course, I can't give them to you for free. Giving away sale items for free would go against my professional ethics as a merchant. Woodworking is your specialty, right? She then used her magic to fix a broken chair, saying, Now that this can't be sold, I will discard it tomorrow. Ed looked at her and remarked, I told you this is too high-end, and he sipped his cold cup of tea, thanking her. Lortel continued to gaze at Ed, waiting for his response to her attire. She thought to herself, how is it possible for someone to show no change in expression at all? She then sat on the table beside Ed, feeling confident in her actions. She reached out and touched Ed's collarbone, saying, You don't see me as a woman, do you? I see you as a man, though, Ed. It means exactly what you're thinking. Even this help I'm offering you is because of my ulterior motives. I get what answer you're looking for, but though you are acting different right now, someday, I won't be the only one who can't contain myself. Ed thought to himself, a seductive smile is always the same, whether the odds are in your favor or you're in a tight spot. It's in a merchant's nature to never reveal their feelings. In a different scene, Janica shouted with her staff, Well then, let's start the lesson, shall we? Ed responded, Oh yeah. Janica then conjured a fireball in her hands and said to Ed, Want to try focusing your magic and forming a connection? Ed agreed, and suddenly the fire grew stronger, and a voice spoke saying, Pleased to meet you, young Master Ed. It was Mug, a low-rank fire spirit. Mug continued, It's an honor to be in a contract with you, young Master Ed. I am Mug, a low-rank fire spirit. In accordance with the agenda of last week's regular report meeting regarding the proposal for the selection of your contracted spirit, I passed the first voluntary round, topped the second round of interviews, cleared the third round of the Spirit Council's agenda, and completed the fourth round of qualification verification. I hold the record of having the highest performance in magic efficiency practice, independently conducted in the Northern Woods, and pride myself on having the best unspoken connection among the low-rank spirits at my level. My body is already on fire, but I vow to set my heart on fire as well to serve you. Ed thought back to his experiences with spirits, realizing that Mug's demeanor was different. He asked, Why is he so strict? Janica explained, You asked me to introduce you to a good spirit, so I selected a spirit with a good magic power efficiency ratio among those I'm contracted with. In the process, there was very slightly, a teeny-tiny complicated selection process. Ed inquired, Who on earth planned that selection process? Janica revealed, Tarkin did. She then handed Mug to Ed. Ed remarked, Oh, it's warm. Janica explained, Can you feel the heat? When you connect with a contract spirit, you'll be able to feel their physical and magical power even when they're not manifesting. Be careful not to connect too hard, however, or he'll get too hot. Make sure to keep it in control. Ed asked, So if I control the level of connection, the firepower changes too, right? Janica replied, Referring to it as firepower is kind of odd. I mean, you make it sound like he's some machine. Ed then observed Mug saluting and thought to himself, A portable heater. A system notification showed, Spirit slot, low-rank fire spirit Mug. Connection level, 2. Spirit formula efficiency, good. Unique skill, blessing of recovery, explosion. Temporary immunity to flames greatly increases explosion. Low-grade explosion magic buffed fire magic abilities. Another system notification showed Ed's magic power details, rank, skilled magic student, specialty, element, intermediate magic can now be learned. Spirit connection level, 12. Spirit understanding level, 12. Spirit manifestation level, 1. Sensory Shan level, 1. Ed marveled at Mug's usefulness, realizing it didn't even consume firewood. Janica expressed her happiness at seeing him pleased, and offered to teach him more about the power of connection and the senses before the first class. She also suggested practicing spirit combat, and mentioned accessories to increase connection efficiency that she would bring next time. Suddenly, Janica stopped herself from talking and exclaimed, I'm actually very busy too. I'm a very busy person. Janica cleared her throat and remarked, People are queuing up and pleading with me to teach them this and that, you know. So it's quite difficult for me to make time for you. Tarkin interjected, You can't just keep giving away too much. Clara reminded herself, You need to play along with a little push and pull. Be chic, Janica then expressed. Isn't it a bit too much to ask me to teach you spirit magic just like that? Ed acknowledged. Yes, you are right. Sorry about that, Janica. I took your goodwill for granted as if it was my right I should at least offer some money for appreciation. I won't be able to give you much, but... Janica was taken aback and exclaimed, What? Money? Money? What are you talking about? Ed, you're struggling to survive as is. You can't just waste your money. Mug became terrified at Janica's shouting and hugged Ed. She continued, You need to save it. There's no way I'm taking it. And just giving me money in exchange for what I do is too cold. We're closer than that, aren't we? You're really making me so sad, you know. Ed countered. Weren't you the one who asked for compensation first? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Janica, embarrassed, stuttered and said, No, it's not that. Clara talked about push and pull. She then blushed and added, She said I'm too generous by nature, so I should learn to say no more often, Ed nodded. She's not wrong. You have a good mate. Janica, still flustered, agreed. Right? But I'm not like that with everyone. Janica concluded. Anyway, I'll tell you the details next time. Let's meet at the combat training ground next time. I'll reserve it and let you know. I'll also bring you a good accessory. If you need textbooks for connection training, let me know. I have morning class now. See you. Mug saluted at Janica as she left. A system notification appeared. You have acquired the Advanced Craft in Skill Magic Engineering. An Advanced Craft in Skill slot has been consumed. The magic engineering supplies I got from that I could analyze in no time. I've finally learned a proper advanced skill ignition. If I run out of fuel, I'll use Mug, and if I run out of mana, I'll use the fireplace. I can reliably warm the air now. My living environment is now guaranteed to be stable. Just knowing that little fact makes me feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Is it already this late? I need to check the traps first. Meanwhile, Claire Elfin commented to herself, It's pretty dark since I came after work. Maybe I should have come tomorrow after all. But no matter how much I think about it, I feel like there's a hidden mastermind behind this incident. And I think that's Ed ROTHTAYLOR. Since he's been disowned by his family, he's just Ed now, right? Everyone else at the scene were either students or staff of Ophelis Hall, but Taylor and Ed have no connection to Ophelis Hall. If we exclude Taylor, who solved the case, that only leaves Ed. As Claire pondered, she saw something and covered her mouth, realizing, what was that? I'm pretty sure that's Principal Obel. He's a great man comparable to the Archmage Glocked or the Great Sage of Sylvania. Even he would have to use all of his power against Lucy Merrill. I was right. My gut feeling wasn't wrong. The Ophelis Hall takeover incident's hidden mastermind was Ed ROTHTAYLOR, Claire said to herself. Ed! And that's Lucy Merrill. There's no doubt that's Lucy Merrill. My intuition was right. I might actually have a talent for being a detective. Suddenly, in his cabin, Claire said, What? What the hell is all of this? As she looked at the place of Ed, Ed put down the deer and placed Lucy in her tent. Claire said, Ed said, Come to think of it, the plans were for early tomorrow morning. I have a load of things to do, but I guess I should go to bed early tonight. Claire looked at Ed. She sneaked to Lucy and said to herself, I need to rescue Lucy, slowly, as quietly as possible. Suddenly a light came out of Lucy's tent. Claire said, What? Lucy? As Lucy stood up and asked Claire, Who are you? Claire said, I am the assistant professor of your year. Claire said to herself, She went back inside. Lucy looked at her and ate her beef jerky. Suddenly, Lucy jumped out of her tent, and Claire watched Lucy fly, and she said as the first thought. In another scene, Claire shouted, Ed ROTHTAYLOR! Do you know of a student named Ed who was ousted from his family? Professor Glast said, I don't bother remembering the names of talentless trash. Claire replied, always with these standoffish things to say. Professor Glast, you know Lucy Merrill, right? Ed actually overpowered Lucy to the point where she couldn't even use her power. I was investigating the Ophilus Hall incident, since it was suspicious when suddenly— Wait, before that, the reason I went to the Northern Woods is because— Professor Glast said, "Assistant Professor Claire, your story is all over the place." Claire replied, "Anyway, whatever the case, I used magic that records memory on the first floor of Ophilus Hall." Magic that records memory. Did you get permission? Of course not. I just made up a lie and brought the memories back. Professor Glast said, "Prepare to write a written apology and explanation." Claire replied, "I knew this would happen, so I wrote it in advance. Regardless, I can plead that there were extenuating circumstances. Look, he definitely looks like a mastermind, doesn't he? I am the hidden mastermind." "You can see him striking the perfect pose for that, right?" Professor Glass said. "Is that all you've got?" Claire replied, "No. As I told you earlier, Ed was carrying Lucy while she was unconscious," Professor Glass said. "Are you sure he wasn't just moving Lucy while she was asleep?" Claire silently thought. Professor Glass said, "Just bring me your apology letter and explanation." Claire went out and said, "Okay." Professor Glass thought to himself, "Right, this was written in the files as well." Ed tried to stop Taylor and his mates, but they got past him in no time. Taylor, born with the way of the sword saint. Elvira, born with the natural insight of an alchemist. There's no way somebody as ordinary as him could stop those two. Professor Glass suddenly noticed something as he looked at the crystal ball. In another scene, a huge explosion erupted in the forest in a tree. A sword was glowing. A system notification said, "Crafting has been completed. Your crafting proficiency has increased. New finished product, ceremonial dagger. Explosion. A ceremonial dagger with a spirit formula that engraves explosion magic. The engraved magic can be activated within a certain distance. The activation speed is very fast, and the magic efficiency is outstanding due to its prior engraving. Crafting difficulty, injected spirit formula. Spirit magic explosion, lower fire spirit mug, magic accumulation capacity, medium, connection distance, narrow." Ed said, "I've had this dagger ever since I started living on my own. Now that there are all these engravings on it, I feel kind of proud." Mug said, "The spirit formula permeated into it pretty smoothly. The more the equipment is used by the caster, the better its efficiency gets. You've taken another step forward, young Master Ed. This is an occasion to rejoice. What great news. I, Mug, shall sing a song to express my joy." The shepherd's song passed down orally from the Pulin region. "Ow, young Master Ed. My apologies. I wish to atone for my sins. I'm ashamed. But what I'm most ashamed of is that I don't even know what I did wrong. Please tell me my sins, and I will sincerely reflect and correct them to show improvement." Ed said, "Hey." Mug stopped and said, "Yes," Ed said. "Drop the formalities." Ed said to himself, "Spirits that have left their physical forms and entered the path of low-ranking spirits elevate their status through contracts with spirit sorcerers. I can understand why low-ranking spirits are pleased to have contracts with a strong spirit sorcerer like Janica. But—" Ed said to Mug, "Isn't this too good to be true? What's so great about contracting with me that you're making such a fuss? Did she promise you something else?" Mug said, Ed said, "Just spit it all out. We're not going to be together for just a couple days, are we?" Mug was silent suddenly. He said, "Ah, young Master Ed, what's the point of hiding anything from me? The overflowing respect and loyalty I have for you are not out of pure reverence, but because of my filthy and lowly ambition for success. I am ashamed. Being in a contract with you and receiving refined magic from the vicinity of Lady Janica will allow me to grow at twice the rate of normal low-ranking spirits," Mug exclaimed. Ed asked, "What else?" Mug replied, "Apart from that, after asking around about rumors of your reputation in the academy, they said you have a strong authoritarian temperament, so to appease you Ed interrupted, "I understand everything now. Well, with your situation, it's only natural." Mug confessed, "To be honest, I had a really hard time. In the first place, are the spirits' ranks in the hierarchy of spirits some official title or something? Why are they so damn mean and defensive when it comes to their ranks, just because they were born a bit earlier?" Ed advised, "Go easy on yourself. We're all doing this to live anyway." Mugg shouted. "Young Master Ed, regardless, I can't afford to talk to you in a casual manner." "I'm more comfortable with this," Ed replied. "Whatever makes you happy." As Ed chopped wood, he thought to himself, "Although my combat skills are still making slow progress, my physical stamina has greatly increased. Now I'm no longer inferior to the average adult male. The storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices and such, and I no longer need to sleep outdoors while hungry. I can easily master the classes with simple memorization and sequenced theories with enough time and effort. Reducing sleep and repeatedly practicing will forcibly cram the information into my head, so that has nothing to do with talent. Every day is a forced march for me, and while I can't say these days are gentle on me, they're definitely better than when I started." Ed dozed off, but suddenly Janica called out, "Snap out of it. What's wrong?" Ed apologized. "Sorry, Janica. I was thinking about something, so I was kinda out of it." Janica replied, "Don't overdo it. It's good to work hard, but you should value your health more." Ed thought, "I got to focus. I received 3 letters today. The first came from the academy, while the second letter was from the merchantry. Neither were particularly remarkable. But I need to read the third letter with full attention because this is evidence that the flow of the story has already significantly distorted. The main event of Act 2, the negotiation for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire, is currently in progress. Originally, the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire was a tug-of-war between the academy and the merchantry. However, because of Elte's downfall, the original client who requested Elte to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire, which eventually resulted in a 3-way conflict between the academy, the Elte Merchant Association, and the Roth-Taylor family. Crepin Roth-Taylor planned to use the sage's sealed grimoire to research eternal life, and when things went south, he personally jumped into the negotiations. Patriarch Crepin Roth-Taylor is a boss who only appears in Act 4, the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, and he is so strong at this point that there's no way to suppress him. No matter what, I must exclude him from this episode. If he gets the sage's sealed grimoire, he'll just walk away coolly. But if he gets the sage's sealed grimoire, after already being strong enough to be the final boss of Act 4, then it might be impossible to clear the game, regardless of any information advantage I have. This letter includes Crepin Roth-Taylor's actions and suspicions about them. It also has an invitation for me, and the sender of the letter is... Elsewhere, Claire reported to Princess Fenia, "I'm back from the northern woods. As you instructed, I delivered the letter." Princess Fenia, sipping her tea, replied, "Good job, Claire." She thought to herself, "Principal Obel came to say that Sylvania's financial situation is already desperate. As it is a private institution, I can't just support the Sylvania Academy as I want. If this continues, the merchantry will eventually get the sage's sealed grimoire. It'd be embarrassing for it to be sold for money when it's like the heart of the academy, so Obel secretly asked for my help. But," Princess Fenia said aloud, "this is strange. How did Crepin Roth-Taylor know to participate in this negotiation?" Claire speculated. "That boy Ed might have reported it. He lives inside the academy, so he could have heard the rumors. If I were in that boy's shoes, I'd do whatever it takes to be acknowledged again and return to my family." Suddenly, Lortel interjected, "I doubt it. Can someone like me of low status have the honor of clinking teacups with the princess?" Princess Fenia responded, "This is unexpected, Lortel. I thought you hated me." Lortel replied, "Oh, that's an unfair accusation, Princess Fenia. Otherwise, why would I come to offer you such sincere advice?" Crepin Roth-Taylor getting involved in the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire this time is probably because of my father, not Ed. Lortel Keshon said, "It seems that, from the beginning, Crepin Roth-Taylor had requested my father, Elte Keshon, to purchase the item. Well, I had no idea about it, though. Even though my father lost his position, his plan to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire has not changed. After all, the Elte merchantry has put a lot of time and effort." Princess Fenia said, "How strange. Isn't the Elte merchantry planning to sell the sage's sealed grimoire to the Roth-Taylor family after purchasing it? It seems to me like the interests of your two families align." So why do the LT merchantry and the ROTHTAYLOR family appear to be competing for the purchase of the grimoire? Lortel Ketchon said, "It's because I have no intention of selling the grimoire to the ROTHTAYLOR family. Given the current circumstances, it'd be better for me not to get too close to the business connections associated with my father." Princess Fenia said, "Why are you telling me the internal matters of the LT merchantry?" Lortel Ketchon said, "Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You'd benefit from keeping the ROTHTAYLOR family in check, and I get to obtain the grimoire. It's a win-win situation." I also stepped in, thinking that my poor senior Ed might suffer harm. "Should I say it's me looking out for him as his junior?" Princess Fenia said, "You're worried about him." Lortel Ketchon said, "He's already separated from his family and is living a new life, so it would be unfair if he were misunderstood as being connected to the ROTHTAYLOR family. No." Princess Fenia thinks to herself, "Lortel is worried about someone else. What is she actually thinking?" Princess Fenia said, "Still, that boy is definitely useful." Lortel Ketchon said, "I might ask for his help on a personal level, appeal to authority, and even give out orders. But if he still doesn't open his mouth despite that, then..." "If he doesn't, then what?" Princess Fenia said, "Then I'll have no choice but to use him." Lortel Ketchon puts down her tea and stood up and said, "Deceive and exploit." Suddenly Princess Fenia looks at Lortel Ketchon. Lortel Ketchon said while she laughs and tears up, "Who's exploiting?" "Who again?" Thank you for watching Rebirth Genesis. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you will not miss the next chapter of the journey. Your support keeps this rebirth going strong. Until next time, stay sharp and keep rising beyond your limits.